Welcome. I forgot to mute the stream when I started, so you probably heard the music twice. Maybe you didn't. I don't know how long that went on. Uh, just the usual stuff I forget, such as everything. What's happened here? Um, Hold on. I need to set everything up. We are starting soon, after all. I wouldn't even be surprised if you couldn't hear me. No, I know you can hear me because I could see the thing moving. Okay. Switch to this scene, like so. Perfect. Wonderful. Okay. So today we're playing Xanadu Next. I kind of wanted to play Raging Loop, but I did realize I started relatively late. My controller isn't plugged in. I realized I started relatively late, so there you go. So I wouldn't be able to play it for too long anyway. And also I switch between games, so I probably um ought to start with Xanadu Next today anyway this week. Although we will probably be playing Rating Loop uh later this week. I have significantly more hours in Rating Loop than I do Xanadu Next, which is funny. Anyway, welcome Pump, welcome Rick, welcome to the stream. Let's change to uh, this scene. So there's no image today. The only reason why there's no image today is because I want to try I guess something new. I want to try having. Did I actually do that? I don't know if I did that. No, I didn't do that. How much is this game? Does the game actually take up? Um, it doesn't tell me. Because the main reason I wanted more space for the chat. Although that doesn't exactly stop having a picture. You know what? No, let's find a picture. Let's find a thing to put up there. Let's put this guy up there. Does that work? Where'd he go? Where is he? Uh, where is this guy? Is that him? Right there? Wait, it needs to be bigger. Where is he? What is going on? Wait, hold on. Let me delete him again. Let's try adding. Well, I don't know why he's not showing up. Adding an image. It shows me the worm. Wait, no, I already have an image, don't I? Yeah, hold on. Okay, no, here we go. I've got it, don't worry. I've got it. It's called, this one. Here we go. Why isn't it showing up? It's like almost working. It's not showing up. Oh, because I hide it. Hey, there he is. Look at that. I don't know why I had to transition that. There he is. Look at that. Can I like stop the transition things? No, probably not. Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. Because then I probably have to transition when I start the game again. Probably look really strange. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. So it's not showing anything right now. But if I do this and then go back in. No, it's showing something. Yeah. Okay. So I don't need to do that. Okay. Uh. So where do we get to last time? Uh. I'm pretty sure we defeated a boss of some description. I forgot that the controllers or controls in this game are something of a different world. And whoever made this game definitely didn't make it with controls in mind. Okay. So I remember defeating a boss, and that's basically all I remember. Just pressing a bunch of buttons here. Okay. I have no skill enabled right now. Wait, no I do. Why is it on? No, that's not a skill. No. What's my next quest? Man, I miss Raging Loop. What's my next quest? How do I open my quests? No. Stop this. I want menu. No, I don't want menu. Do I? No. Where am I going? My goodness. Okay. We'll find out. We shall find out together. I remember going this way. I also remember going this way. Let's go this way. Up here. Yes, I distinctly remember going this way. Wait, what? Oh, I guess I pressed cancel. Although I pressed the button that I imagined was not the cancel button, and it was the cancel button, which is strange. I pressed the accept button, otherwise known as X. I also just had to grab my phone, so if you heard me get up and move around, that was me getting up and moving around to get my phone. So unprepared today. Unbelievable. Okay. So, what is this now? I've never seen this guy. Oh, it's not even a guy. It's a sign. Right. I have been in here. Right. I feel quite powerful, to be honest. Oh my god. I don't remember doing this much damage. Last I was here, struggled. I can't go up here. Maybe that's all I needed. I just needed, what did I need? I just needed to defeat that boss, I guess. Whack. Oh yeah, no worries, Rick. Don't apologize. It's all right. Oh, no, not this way. This leads me back to where I was before. I shall keep going, even if you're not here, though. Whack. Not that you're likely to miss much, as long as I don't know where I'm going. What happens if I go left here? I can see there's a path left. Oh, this is the shortcut. Okay, this might be the right way then. I haven't gone this way, I can tell. Why have I not gone this way? Oh. I have gone this way. Oops. Oh no. Oh, okay. Hold on. How do I open the map? There you go. I know. I think I have to go this way. Ow. Ow. Oh. Wait, no. I'm starting to remember, I feel like. Didn't I exit this maze? And then I got out at the grassy area somewhere. This definitely isn't right. Ow. No, this definitely is not right. How do I... Yes. I think I got out over here. Take that. Take that. Somewhere in this direction, I'm pretty sure where I left off. Perhaps? Oh, maybe up here. I have no idea if this looks correct. But I can see two paths that I haven't gone. Oh, right. Because I got the spectacles. Which lets me see. Ah ha ha! Look at that. I'm not quite as dumb as it makes seem like I am. Yes, yes, yes. Cancel. I guess this doesn't work. Yeah. Is this into the eternal maze? Yes. I guess that's just a shortcut into the eternal maze. What the? Oh! Why is everything invisible here? Is it because I've got the spectacles on? Or what's going on here? Okay, so I can't go this way. I can go this way. Let's go this way. Although, maybe it has something to do with the markings? This is a sword. Yes, go for the sword. Did that seem right? I mean, there's another sword there. So I guess maybe it was right. Let's go for the sword. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Okay, so now there's only one way, though. What is this symbol? The T. Yeah, the T. Oh my goodness! I'm going to die. I need health. Please. No. No, I ran in somewhere else. I wasn't supposed to just run in somewhere else. I have no idea where I am. Okay, I think it was this way, right? So This is where I was before. Let's just clean this up. Okay. So now, let's go for the T. What the heck? What the? What's going on? Just punched me back every time. Okay, let's go for the T. So far it's helped. I don't like this. What are these? Okay. These are horrible enemies. It's a sword. I'm also close to death again. So let's quickly heal up again. Okay, so that's the sword. Okay. Go up here. Randomly run up and take this chest real fast. Just so, okay. Right. So, so far, so good. It says this is a square room. There's definitely not exits this way. So I have to go this way. And it says I've already been here. Which honestly seems unlikely, because I do not remember this room. I can't punch this one. Oh. Okay, run this way. Okay, run back again. Run this way. I guess not that way. Run this way, okay? What's going on? Where am I now? Alright. Oh, okay, this looks different. That was a crazy puzzle. Solved entirely with my brain. A new Guardian card. Increases the amount of XP earned. Wow. Okay. What happens if I go this way? I return here, and now I'm back in this place. So now I've somehow right. This isn't great. So this way. I can't go up there. Can I go left and up? Oh, I'm back here now. Right. So up. Okay, I'm back here. So up. What? Okay, we go this way. Now I'm back here. Okay, this way. What's in here? Have I fully explored this place now? What's here? Okay, I guess I haven't fully explored this place. What's here? Oh, back to the entrance then. Oh. Okay, quickly in here and then to the right. Oh no, I'm back here again. go right now, okay? No. I guess we do not do that. We go up. And then we go straight up now. That's the trick. Yes, look at that. So then we push this down there. And we go up here and we push this down there. For another treasure. Which is a benumbing armlet. Of course. I knew that's exactly what we were going to get. Physical attacks have a chance to entrap the enemy in a paralytic state. That sounds pretty good, actually. Let's go this way. No, we're back here now. I mean, I have to go up there and I have to try each entrance. With death around each corner. Okay. So now we go right. Yes, this is new. Okay, this isn't though. I'm very confused. What if I go up? Oh, then we're down here. Okay. So we go right. And then we go left. And then we're here now. Which is I have to go this way. Okay, we go right. That's the last way I haven't gone. I think. No, I might not have gone up. Oh my goodness. Okay, last way up here. If I go straight. I think I forgot to go straight. No, apparently I didn't. Or maybe I did. And that also just led nowhere. So now we go right. Or left, rather. Can't go that way. I can go this way. Which leads me back here. Someone really went and played Super Mario RPG or like Legend of Zelda, and I was like, oh, that's peak design. Let's put it in our game as well. Let's go this way. Yes, I'm starting to get their tricks. This way. Nope. So this way, and then we go this way instead. No, that was also wrong. So I have to go straight. That's the trick here, is you go straight directly. Yes. Only took 40 attempts, but I got it in the end. What's this? Oh. Oh, it's her. There's a statue of a similar craftsmanship in the place we met before. This has the same level of detail, it seems. If I had a way to take this back, it'd fetch a nice sum. Say, what's your interest in Castle Strange Rock anyway? I suppose as a knight you just want to obtain the sacred sword, no? Come now. Since we're partners, surely you can confide in me. What about me? What about my reasons? Right, so she wants me to confide in her, but she doesn't want to confide in me. What the? Right, hold on. What's gonna jump out of the ground when I do this? A pair of shoes, apparently. Winged boots. When you grip the winged boots, you'll be able to walk in the air for a short time. Wow. Someone really did play Legend of Zelda, huh? Someone's like, Ocarina of Time, that's my favorite game. What the? Oh no, I need to heal. Wait. No, stop. I need to heal. The re-deads. Ow. Ow. Need to heal again. Yeah, do that while I heal. Eh. Ow. Do. Elixir. So I guess that was like a mini boss or something. Is it thee I see approaching? Oh, it's this guy. If you have made it this far, 'twould seem your skill have grown. This is fortuitous, knight. I have something of which I wish to say. Regarding the actions which brought thee to death's edge, I wish to express my utmost regret. Swordsmen such as us need to give our all, else we risk being unable to win. If one is strong, they win. Weak, they lose. The timid do not last in our world. Thy hesitation brought about your fall. That is all there is to it. Should thy resolve waver anew, I shall cut you down countless times. Even were it not me, someone else would met out your defeat. If thee wish to claim thyself a knight, live and show me the valor of your words. If you prove unable to do so, then cast aside the title of knight. Okie dokie. Is there no save point anywhere? Oh, I can teleport here. You know, I have to be completely honest. I really want to play Raging Loops. I think I'm gonna switch game. I'm not really feeling Xanadu Next. Although it is a cool game. I'm not feeling it right now, at least. Yes. Save my deeds. Yes. No, I'm already in town. Alright, let's switch game. I mean, I guess the title kinda makes sense, doesn't it? It really adds up now. You really won't believe what happened next. What happened next was that we're switching games. What a twist. Let me change. Raging Loop. You really won't believe it. maybe you would. There you go. Switch that up. Okay. Let's close that and boot up Raging Loop. This is just so good. It's been like there's no way I could play 10 hours of this in like one go and not like think it's just great. I mean, I'm not going to be able to do a 10-hour stream again, but I love this game very much. This game was great. Let's say, oh, it hasn't found it yet. All right, hold on. Maybe it needs to make a sound before it finds it. Make a sound made with Unity. Okay, it's made a sound now. Did it find it yet? No, it hasn't found it. Right, maybe I need to go to the... Maybe now it'll find it. No, it still hasn't found it. Find the frickin' game. Looking for a game to capture. Ah. There it is. Maybe I should like make it a bit bigger. When I think about it. I could make it a bit bigger, I think. I can't see it. Can't see if it's any bigger. That's probably fine like that. And then if I say no, that was the wrong button. Nope. There you go. And then that's probably fine. So now it's gonna do like a super crazy transition. Can I remove that? You need at least one transition. Can I make it not swipe? What's this do? Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Perfect. Does that chat looks freaking awful. Why is it so stretched? Maybe I can't change how it looks. Transition. Yeah. It doesn't even show the whole text. I can't see anything. Does it? No, it does. Okay. It just went over my horn. There you go. Yeah, much better. Okay. So where did we get to last time? We beat the game. First route. We got the first route done, and done. Where we basically could do nothing to save anyone. So now we're going in for a second round. We now have more knowledge. We have extended knowledge. You could even say. You could say that. Say that we have brought with us extra knowledge for this time around. And the reason that's important is because we'd like to save people. And some of the knowledge we have is, for example, who the evil people are. Although I don't know if that's going to change. We will find out. So I guess I should probably say that the game did tell me not to stream past this point. I'm going to ignore that, okay? Read. This one. So, where we ended off last time was, so this is, so 0 to 3. This outer one here on the left, this is the first route, and the right one, the one that like spans off into 4, that's the second route. And basically what happened was we were driving in to town, we got caught by an officer, and we were killed in each 3 of these, and then we go back in time, and now we're here, and that's where we stopped. Yes, it's rating loop time. I like this game. I like this game far too much. I wanted to keep going. Even if it kills my throat, the gameplay of this game is just phenomenal. It's been way too interesting. The sky was clear. The eatery was split into several buildings around the village. Oh yeah, so the last thing we did was we got invited to an eatery with the like head of this town, I guess, kind of, which is what we'll be continuing at. From what Higuchi Shi had told me, Fujiyoshi had a population of about 1,000 people. It was pretty small for an autonomous area, but it was still enough to make eating in one building impossible. We went into one of them. It was crowded, but upon seeing us, the villagers stepped aside as if this was all planned. Apparently everyone here did what they could to accommodate Higuchi Shi. Also, everyone was staring at me like I was an alien or something, but it felt like Higuchi Shi's presence discouraged them from staring too long. That attitude aside, everyone here looked pretty normal. The usual Japanese people. The lethargy from before was nowhere to be seen. Maybe they just looked lethargic because it was early morning. I think that's a bit debatable. Most looked like they were farmers, but I could also see some students in uniforms wearing the same designs as the one worn by the students in Yoshimitsu. The building itself was an aged wooden structure, but it was a whole lot bigger than the one in Yasumitsu, and it looked way sturdier too. The interior wasn't too pretty, but it was spacious. Wait, why does it suddenly say you grabbed the tray? I thought we played from his point of view. You grabbed the tray right after walking in, then got tea and rice bowls or whatever from the ladies in aprons. It felt like a high school cafeteria, but you couldn't choose what you wanted. You could refuse what you didn't want, though. Was it always third person? I'll look after him, don't worry. He spoke to the elderly woman, one after another, and made them stop staring. No, suddenly it's at me. I knew it. Why did it suddenly shift to third person for a second? Staring at me with suspicion. Then we took our trays, and without paying anything, apparently they had something like union dues for that, how effective, walked away. Piling the crowd, we searched for a place to sit down. It's a bit cramped in here, but please, do eat. I really appreciated getting to eat a normal meal. Lots of rice, miso soup, the one with vegetables and boiled beans. I thought it was vegetarian at first, but then felt something meaty inside. It's shishi, not used to it? It doesn't taste that strange, does it?
Shishi. Inoshishi desu ka?
Shishi, like inoshishi? Boar?
Ah, yeah. この辺では鹿やらイノシシやら肉は全部まとめてシシです。
Not specifically. In here, deer, bull, all the wild meat is called shishi.
そういえば、昔は肉と書いてシシと読ませてたみたいですね。
Oh yeah, I heard that shishi once used to be the Japanese reading for meat before it became niku.
よくご存知ですね。この辺じゃ昔から狩猟が盛んで、今でもこうして取れたらちょっとずつみんなで分け合うんですよ。
I'm surprised you know that. The people of this area have been hunting for a long time, and even now, the hunters share what they catch like they did with this. I hadn't thought I'd ever eat wild game in some communal eatery. Lucky me. Lucky. Though the taste was kind of bland overall. I could detect some soy sauce on the vegetables while the boiled beans were kind of sweet. The soup stock too made me think they used the minimal amount of flavouring. The miso soup didn't really seem like miso soup, it was more like a stew, probably because shishi was the only thing they used for the stock. I tasted more of it and realised that the overboiled meat still had a sort of beastly texture and smell about it. I couldn't call it good, but it was a unique local meal not everyone had the chance to eat. I was grateful for the experience. The eatery was still crowded as the people came and went, but Higuchi Shi didn't seem bothered as we talked. I kept up with him during the conversation, repeating the same lies I told to the officer and making sure to look as much a poor, unfortunate soul as I could. Hold on, just 1 second. I was just reminded that we need this back on. And I will try to remember to update it as well. He smiled all the way through, even as he interjected now and again. I felt like he was at least 100 times craftier than the officer, and I wondered if it was my inner contrarian speaking. After that, Higuchi Shi and I returned to the officer's post, but...
久石さんには藤吉に移住してもらってはいかがでしょうね。
What would you say to Fusaishi-san moving to Fujiyoshi? It was what I'd wanted to hear, but I couldn't let it show on my face. While the officer was against it, he didn't intend to argue too strongly. He and Higuchi-shi discussed some things, but it seemed like Higuchi-shi already knew how he'd treat me, and it didn't look like the officer's take mattered to him. My goodness. Already getting problematic. After a few exchanges, the officer caved and it was my turn to speak.
久石さんもそれでいいですね。
You're okay with this too, aren't you, Fusaishi-san? Now that was a smile I couldn't say no to even if I wanted to. Well, it really did seem like the heads of Kami Fujiyoshi were a twisted bunch.
ええ。渡りに船です。
Yes, this opportunity has got sent for me.
すぐ住んでもらえそうなのがとりあえずはちょっと離れた場所になっちゃいますがね。
You can settle in right away, but it's going to be a place a short distance from here. Was he serious?
構いませんよ。どういうところです？
I don't mind. What kind of place is it?
まあまあ追って説明しますよ。ああ、そういえばそっちに行く人たちがいたような気がするな。
I'll tell you more in a moment. Oh, that reminds me. We had some people already headed there. Those two, huh?
一緒に行ってもらいましょ
We'll ask them to take you there. There's no mistaking it. He smiled like he was harmless while forcing me into the settlement for the ostracized.
その手続きとかは？
So, do I have to sign anything?
う。転入転出とかはとりあえず後回しでなんとかしましょう。東京には知り合いがいますから代理でなんとかなるでしょう。
We can take care of that later. I know someone in Tokyo. He can act like a proxy. He can act as a proxy for that.
とにもかくにもまずは住むところですね。駐在所にずっと泊めてもらうのじゃ迷惑でしょうからね。
Anyway, we must start with your place of residence. You'd be a bother if you stayed in the officer's post after all.
私はそっち方面に行く人たちにちょっと話を通してきますよ。
I'll talk to the
彼らも町の人らですから心配しないで。
I'll talk to the ones going there. Don't worry, they're from the city too.
ああ、下の連中にも一報しなきゃな。ちょっとバタバタしそうだけど昼までにはどうにかなるでしょう。
Oh, I'll have to tell the locals about you too. I'll be quite busy, but I'm sure I can get it all done by lunch.
それじゃ一旦ここで。
Anyway, goodbye for now. He one-sidedly ended the conversation and left the post.
いい人ですね。
Nice guy. On the surface, anyway.
うん。まあ。
Hmm? Yeah. The officer understood the situation and didn't like it, but couldn't go against one of the heads. This was probably why Shiemid said we couldn't trust the police. In Fujiyoshi, even government institutions were only a secondary authority. Anyway, what could I make of this? I did actually expect to be sent to Yasumitsu. The people here had no interest in harboring outsiders. We weren't welcome. Or maybe they wanted to avoid the initial trouble caused by my immigration by making me live with the ostracized until I got used to the village. Whatever the case, this wasn't something I had a say in, which made it seem really bad. That was probably probably why the officer was so against it, but I could understand that. Higushishi, on the other hand, seemed a bit heavy-handed with all of this. I could understand him wanting to set me up with a place quickly, but as someone who knew about the feast, I couldn't help but be suspicious of the timing. The mists would come this evening, and he wanted to give Yasumitsu a new inhabitant until then. Did Higushishi, ahead of Kamifujiyoshi, understand what that meant? I did switch games, Rick. I also forgot to do this. I played this earlier, yesterday, last time I streamed, and I played it for like 10 hours, and I've simply been hooked, and I kind of wanted to play it again. I played a bit of Xanadu Next, and I was like, you know what, I don't really feel like playing this. So I switched back to this. This is a visual novel, though, so you will be hearing me talk a lot. The good thing about that is that there's not a whole lot to watch, so you can just listen if that's your preferred thing. That way you don't have to pay visual attention, you can just pay audible attention. But this game is very, very good. I like this game. I got totally hooked on this game, and I just felt like playing it again. If you haven't, I don't think you've been here. Were you here for the first time I played this, Rick, or have you not been here for this at all? Because then I'll give you a quick rundown of the story so far. Because it is a visual novel, so you kind of need the backstory. Okay. So we play. I will pull up the options here. Sound. So we play this character, Haruki Fushaishi. He is a student who basically he was in I guess relationship problems. Him and his girlfriend broke up, and she had like a pretty, according to him, like psychotic outbreak on him. So he took his motorcycle and he just drove off. He lives in Tokyo normally. He kind of just drove off into like wilderness basically. Upon doing that, he came across a village basically, or well, he kind of crashed his motorcycle, and then he came across a village which had all of these people in it, except for this girl down here, her. Everyone but her. And basically, in this village, everyone seemed they were pretty against outsiders for starters, but other than that, they seemed pretty normal. But they did seem like they all wanted him out very quickly. And that the fact that he didn't get out very quickly meant that he were witness to what they called the feast, which, if you know the game Werewolf, or like similar game, actually another good example, if you don't know Werewolf, you almost certainly know Among Us, which is kind of what it is as well. So basically, there are some traitors in this group of people who go around killing these people. And in the first playthrough, which is this one on the left here, we were introduced to all the characters. We were introduced to the setting. We were introduced to how the whole thing works. And that was kind of it, because we didn't have a whole lot of say in how things were going to change, because when we arrived, we were seen as like, so they have like a river near the village called the Saranaga, I think it's the name, and the Saranaga is they're seen as like the basically the river to underworld or something, right? So we came from the river when we crashed into it, and then we walked into the village. So they didn't trust us. So we weren't allowed in like anything, basically, right? Yeah, kind of. With what limited knowledge we have, that's what we believe. And this time, so since we weren't able to affect anything in the story, we kind of just let it happen. while trying our best to get an idea of what was going on. And in that story, the werewolves won. Like the werewolves killed everyone, and it resulted in like basically everyone dying. Now in this story, we so after that, after the werewolves won, which happened down here, I can show you. This is a really long one because this is like the very last thing, right? Um, this is where we died. This is where we tried to escape, but we couldn't, and we ended up dying. But now, since we did this line, we were able to go back to here, this bit right here, and then take a different route. Because now we have all the knowledge from this route, and we're able to take the same game but do different things. And that's where we are basically, right? So what we're doing now is we are trying to get into the town, but in a different way, because that way the villagers will trust us, and if the villagers trust us, we get to actually like have a say in all the things. But yeah, the way the game kind of works is that you kind of just play it through, and then you unlock these keys from taking certain paths, and the keys will unlock certain padlocks. And by unlocking certain padlocks, you unlock new options, which will unlock, new keys, which will unlock new padlocks. So, for example, taking the first route here, unlock the padlock that let us take this route. So that's where we are. You haven't really missed anything in this route so far. The main thing, I guess you've missed, or you won't know, but I'll explain now, because we'll probably get introduced to the characters mostly again. These two are a bit of an odd one out. These two specifically, because all the rest, except for of course the clerk and her, but I'll get back to her. All the rest of them are villagers in this village. Like they were there from the start, from here and then down, right? These two specifically, they came. They are what do you call it? They're like interview or like journalists, and they're looking for, I guess, a scoop, or they're like looking for the best local meals or something. And they were the first to die in the other story because they had no idea what the local stories were about. And then her, quickly, she's also unique because first of all, she other than the fact that she only makes noises like a sheep, well, almost only make noises like a sheep, which you'll get to hear me make a lot of sheep noises when she gets on. She also came from the river. So in total, there are 4 people who are outsiders, which is us, her, and then the 2, which are these 2 that we're talking with now. And in this one, we're probably going to try to save them, and we are getting in with them into the village. So we like kind of move at the same time. All right, let's keep going. Have you ever read Kyoku Husei's articles?
すみません。
Sorry. I went through a highly familiar exchange and finished my introduction to Hisako Mamiya a second time.
どうも、お世話になります。
Hello, it's nice to meet you.
どうも。
Hello. He was as hard to deal with as always. Higuchi worked fast, thorough too. He'd gotten back to me before noon, and before I knew it, I was greeting the ones who'd let me to my place. Just as I'd expected, they were the journalists. Yeah, so these are the journalists I was talking about.
樋口さんはもう安水の方に連絡されたってことらしいけど、久石さんはもう大丈夫なのかしら。
Higuchi-san said that he'd already contacted the people in Yasumitsu. What about you? Are you ready?
ええ。むしろそちらは大丈夫ですか？
Yes, I'm more worried about you, in fact.
もちろん、お昼に間に合うならお腹空かせて苦しまなくていいしね。
Oh, we're alright. If we can get there at noon, we won't have to stay hungry for long.
なるほど。先方の都合でもっと遅く訪問される予定だったんですね。
I see. So you intended to come later for their convenience?
そうそう。 向こうの人たちの昼食時を回避した方がいいって話してね。
Yes, he said we should avoid coming when the people there are eating.
こっちとしては皆さんの普通の食事風景を取材したいから、その点でもラッキーってとこかしら。
Honestly, I wanted to cover their eating environment. This is a bit of a stroke of luck. Oh, so this probably also had something to do with the people of Fujiyoshi not wanting to show their daily lives to outsiders. They could have just refused them completely, though. Did the journalist have connections that made them impossible to refuse? Or did they want to show them what a developed settlement it was? Or maybe they had no intention of letting them go. Unlikely. If they killed anyone from Yasumitsu, or some nobody like me, they could have easily concealed it due to how isolated the location was. But the two journalists had come here to make an article. If something were to happen to them here, it'd be certain to draw unwanted attention to the village. On the other hand, if Kami Fujiyoshi's people knew that the feast was near, they probably wouldn't have allowed them here. Feast is basically like, so in Among Us you have the voting someone out. That's the feast. You vote someone out. I'm happy you at least know about Among Us. I can use Among Us terms.
もう出ちゃおうかと思いますけど、橋本さんどうです？
I think we should head over now. What do you think, Hashimoto-san?
いいと思う。
Fine. Oh, he was slow, but he actually communicated with someone. That was rare.
それじゃあ、お手数ですがよろしくお願いします。
So, sorry for the bother, and thank you for having me.
いえいえ。
No worries. That was the first exchange I'd shared with him. In this life, anyway.
もちろん。じゃあ乗って乗って。
Of course. Now get in. The van started slowly traveling down the thin paved road between the farms. Come to think of it, May was rice planting season. Oh, so we're in May. That's the first time we get to hear the month. The field had water all over it and didn't display a single weed. It was full of people planting rice seedlings by hand.
機械でやってないんですね。
They're not using machines.
そのようね。ここの人たちはみんなあんまり新しいものは好きじゃないみたい。
Looks like it. The people here don't seem to like modern technology.
コンバインやらトラクターやらがそんなに新しいとも思わないですが、逆によく手作業で回りますね。
Combines and tractors aren't that new if you ask me. I'm impressed they're doing such a good job by hand.
回ってないと思うわ。だから今はメーカーの人たちが中心になって重機を導入しようとはしてるらしいけど。
I'm not sure they are. That's why the big families here are trying to get heavy machinery for the job.
なるほど。あの樋口さんとかです。
I see, like Higoshi-san?
農業改革の方は三車さんという方たちが担当しているって聞いたわ。
The background sound is kind of annoying. I heard that the Mikuruma were in charge of farming developments.
なるほど。ちゃんとお金はあるんだ。
I see, so they have money, huh?
そうみたいね。どういうからくりかはわからないけど。
Seems so. Not quite sure how that works. Oh, never mind.
からくりって？
Something has to work here.
いや、まあそのね。
Well, how do I put this?
基本的に外からの収入が出稼ぎのみで、高齢化で人が減ってる産地の町村にしては、メーカーさんはお金持ってるなって。
What I mean to say is the big families are strangely rich for a mountain village with an aging populace where the young go work outside.
そうなんですか？
Really?
ええ、三車さんち、
Oh my god,
と
that
っても大き
noise.
かったわよ。大きな会社も止まってたし。
Yes, the Mikuruma house was really big. They even had a large foreign car. Humo. Yeah, even if it was something that could easily be explained, it was still something to keep in mind.
キューちゃん。
Kiro-chan.
はい。
Yes? The strange nickname Hashimoto-san used surprised me, but Mamiya-san herself didn't seem bothered.
あんまり憶測は良くないね。
You shouldn't make too many assumptions.
ですけど。
But
記者魂が騒ぐかい？
the journalist within you is curious.
そんな偉いもんじゃないですけど。
It's nothing that big.
今回はこのまま流すのがいいよ。
I think you should just leave it at that.
それは名写真家の勘です。
Is that your famous photographer intuition talking?
どうかな？
Who knows?
わかりました。専門外ですしね。
Well, alright, this isn't my specialty anyway.
というわけでさっきのは忘れて。
Anyway, forget what I said.
え
Yes, of course.
ちなみにあなたはこっちへ移住するって聞いたけど、
By the way, I heard you're moving
え
here.
そうなりました。
That's how it turned
こ
out.
れから行く場所については聞いてる？
Have you heard about the place you're going to?
聞いてませんけど、だいたい想像はつきますね。
I didn't, but I can imagine what it's like. My words made her give me a strange look.
というと？
As in,
多分あんまり居住条件が良くないところでしょう。こっちのメインの集落とは切り離された感じの。
it probably isn't a good place to live in, it being separated from the maiden settlement and all.
なんでそう思うの？
Why do you think that?
みんな僕の処遇について奥歯に物が挟まったような物言いですし、
Few people look comfortable about how I'd be treated.
樋口さんがただの親切な人ってより後ろめたいことを平然とできるような人に見えたからですかね。
While Higuchi-san looked less like a nice guy and more like someone who could easily shrug off any guilt his actions would cause him.
そうか。
I see.
僕にはお構いなく。僕はそれでもここに住めるなら満足なんです。
Don't mind me though, I'm satisfied with where I'm going.
余計なお世話かもしれないけど、本当にかなり偏僻なところよ。田舎への
Oh my
憧れ
God,
だけじゃ耐えられないかも。
That's enough of the car sound now. Maybe I shouldn't say anything, but it's a really isolated place. I don't know if loving the countryside is enough to bear it.
大丈夫ですよ。死ぬのに比べたらどんなところでも天国です。
Don't worry, compared to dying, any
変
place
な
is
言い
heaven.
回しですが。
Wait, that must sound strange. Oh, the fucking nervous laugh. Yeah. What an awkward laugh. Apparently they'd been told I'd almost committed suicide.
というわけで一応聞いておきたいんですが、
I'm
どうい
curious
う場
though.
所なんです？
I'm curious though, what kind of place is it?
特別な地区。
It's special.
キューちゃん
Kyo-chan. She tried choosing her words carefully, but that made it sound worse than just a place for the ostracized. Hashimoto, she seemed to be warning her, but she continued talking anyway.
私もまだわからないけど、意図的にその理不尽な境遇に置かれた人たちが住まわされてて、
I still don't know much, but it's full of people who were unfairly forced to live there.
上富士吉。この辺りの人たちからはあまりよく言われてない。その場所も人もね。
Both the place and the people living there aren't regarded highly here in Kamifuji-yoshi.
情報は軽々に漏らしちゃダメ
Think before you go leaking information.
相手を選んでます。何も知らされずに住まわされる人が本来知ってしかるべき公正な情報提供ですよ。
I pick and choose who I'm saying this to. This is something a person who's moving there should know. It's only fair.
それでも彼に事前に言っておくべきだね
There's something you should say before that, though.
そうですね。すみません。うさしさん、これオフレコで。
Right, sorry. Fushaisi-san, please keep this off the record.
ええ、向こうの人にも言いません。
Sure, I won't say a word to the people there.
その上で大丈夫？考え直すなら今日ここを帰るときに一緒に。あ、橋本さんどうでしょうか？
With that in mind, are you sure you can still go back with us if you change your mind after seeing it? You wouldn't mind, would you, Hashimoto-san?
彼が望むなら考える
I'll think about it if that's what he wants.
うさしさん、一緒に出ていく気は？
Fushaisi-san, do you want to leave with us? These two had an interesting relationship. Mamiya-san did all the talking, but Hashimoto-san seemed to outrank her. Hell, though he didn't speak much, everything he said was really well constructed, made sense, so to speak. While Mamiya-san often became overly excited, Hashimoto-san was strangely stable, and not just in terms of appearance. Wait, this was no time to scrutinize my traveling companions.
いいんです。もう町には帰る気はないですから。でも、お気遣いはありがとうございます。
No, I don't feel like going back to the city anymore. Thank you for the consideration, though.
でも、
But
間宮さんは多分、都会人と地方人って視点で気遣ってくれてるんだと思いますけど、僕も十分うさんくさいですからね。
Mamiya-san, you're probably saying this as a fellow city dweller, but you realize I'm a pretty shady character myself, right?
何かしら便宜を図ってくれただけで、十分にありがたいと思うんですよ。
I'm just grateful for your help. That's more than enough.
そう。なら何も言わないわ。
I see. Then I won't say anything more.
遅いし春明君だっけ
Araki Fushaishi-kun, was it?
なんでしょ
Yes?
行き詰まりそうな人には見えないけどな
You really don't look like a guy at the end of his rope.
う。ヘラヘラしてるからよくそう言われます。
I get that a lot. Must be my carefree attitude.
そうか失礼したね
I see. I'm sorry.
私中学の時の同級生が一人自殺してるんですけど、いっつも能天気でみんなまさか彼だけはって思いましたよ。
What's it? What? You know, one of my classmates in middle school committed suicide. He was always so carefree that we couldn't believe he'd done something like that. So the people. So okay, so in the so in the first run, so basically in the first run, he thrashed his bike and he tried to repair it, but he didn't make it in before the mist came, and I'll probably explain that, or you'll see it because it'll happen very soon in this one as well. He couldn't fix it before the bike or before the mist happened, and then because he couldn't fix it before the mist happened, whoever the werewolf was thrashed it again, so he wasn't able to fix it a second time. And then in this one, he wanted to go in there because he knows the story of this now, and he fell in love with her, and he basically wants to save her. So in this one, he's deliberately going back in order to save
そう
her.
いうものかもね
You know, I already read that. Guess that's the way it is sometimes. I might have said too much. Recalling the scene at the officer's post, I tried to get back into the character of the poor suicidal man. Yeah, he is. Also, actually, we haven't even brought this up. So, I can't. Can I bring it up? Is there? No, probably cannot. Oh, I didn't even know there are little stories. So it's likely you are gonna see a certain picture a lot, and if you get to see that, I will bring it to your attention when it pops up. Last stream, I didn't have like an actual drinking game, but I had a pretend drinking game where whenever that picture showed up, you would have to drink, and I think it showed up like 14-15 times in one stream. They really love that picture. It's nothing like incriminating. It's just really funny that they love that picture so much. The van slowly ambled onward. We approached a slightly more open space. It seems to be the center of the village, and it looked like there was small shops there. Also, I'll explain the characters as we meet them if the game doesn't. But the game is almost certainly going to explain most of them as well. Again, at least. But as we went on, it started to become even more desolate, and you could see more and more trees growing between the buildings. If that was where Kamofuchi ended, it was only about 3 kilometers across. If it was about 10 square kilometers in size, it had 100 people for every one of them. The stones I'd seen back in Yasumitsu were nowhere in sight. Apparently, they really were Yasumitsu exclusive. I could see a larger building nearby, and Mamiya-san told me it was the branch school from some nearby town. All students in Fujiyoshi must get their education there before moving to help in the fields. The smarter ones left to work outside the village upon graduating high schools. Those who went from here to college were rare, meaning that at least relative to other locals, Chiemi was a prodigy. That's her. The students from Yasumitsu should have been in school this time of day. Which is an interesting concept if you think about it, because a certain someone is in school right now, and I wonder if, you know, the whole thing has already started. If he already knows. Once we passed the last residence, we entered an area mostly untouched by human hand. The road led us into the overgrown mountains. There were large stones on each side of the road. This is where it begins.
象徴的でしょ、鳥居みたい。
Impressive, huh? You're like Taurus.
鳥居ですか？
Taurus?
ええ、神の使いたる鳥の宿り木、もしくは聖域へと至る結界の入り口。富士吉では山岳信仰があるみたいね。
Yes, trees inhabited by the bird serving the gods, or a gateway through a sacred boundary. Fujiyoshi worships the mountain, apparently.
ああ、神内明神。
Great Lord Shinai.
知ってるの？
You know about it? Crap. So this is where he shows he's already died and done this once.
樋口さんから軽く聞いたんです。
Higuchi-san told me a few things. No, he didn't.
でも
She
この
doubts
村の外では
that.
あんまり聞かない
He
のよね。
wouldn't say such a
この
thing.
山が特別だって話。神内っていう神格も聞いたことないし。
Anyway, you don't really hear that this god is special outside this village, do you? I've never even heard of the god Shinai.
字面からすると猿関係なのかな。でも神を猿に振り分けるのは単に暦と方角の話よね。
Going by the kanji, it sounds like a monkey god of some sort, but that one is only used in calendars and directions.
間宮さんってフードライターじゃなかったんです？
Weren't your articles about food?
あ、失礼。もともとはオカルトライターをやってたの。全然食べてけなくてすぐ転校したけどね。
Oh, sorry, I used to write about the occult. Quickly switched topics because I wasn't keeping food on the table. She looked like your typical neat and fashionable career woman, so this was really
そ
unexpected.
うなんですか。面白そうですけど。
Really? It sounds interesting, though.
今の時代、うさんくさい情報を読みたい人はみんなネットを見るからね。
In this day and age, anyone who wants to read that kind of stuff just uses the internet.
紙に書かれた怪奇情報はみんな嘘で、本当の怪奇情報はネット。そんな住み分けになっちゃったみたい。
Everything in magazines is a lie, and all the real occult info is on the net. That's the general opinion of people into the occult these days.
残ったわずかなパイはみんな重鎮の先生方に取られちゃうからね。新人にはきつい世界だったかな。
The piece of the pie that's still around was taken by the leading writers. We newbies didn't have a chance. Now that she'd mentioned it, I hadn't seen as many magazines on the occult and the supernatural these days. No idea if that was a good thing, though. The car passed a large boulder.
道が悪くなるから気をつけて。
The road is about to get bumpy. Be careful.
あ、はい。
Oh, alright. The moment he said that, the car jumped, scaring the crap out of me. If those stones were the mountain's boundaries, we were now on Great Lord Shinai's turf. Beyond it, we'd find Yasumitsu and Saranaka. That's the lake, and this is the town itself. The village and the lake, or the river, rather. The entrance to Yomi was beyond the sacred ground. This religion just kept getting weirder. So Yomi is their word for underworld, I guess is the best way to put it, right? So basically that's where they believed we came from. Eventually the pavement ended and we were on a gravel road. The grove of trees became a dark forest. It was cloudy, so there wasn't much light to begin with, which only made this place extra creepy. I composed myself. After all, the real creepiness was at the end of this road. We weren't saying a word anymore, and I thought about the mundane stuff like the convenience of cars. We went down the side of the mountain for about 20 minutes and eventually made it through God's narrow road. Beyond the dense forest, there was a relatively open space. We'd arrived at the entrance I'd passed when Haru-chan escaped the settlement, and I searched for her. There were the same two large stones, and they did a great job telling me that this was some sort of boundary.
もうすぐね。
We're close. I felt like I heard a hint of nervousness in her tone. We were about to enter a strange realm. Or were we already there? There's no point thinking about it now. We just passed the gate and... Oh, there she is. This, okay, I guess I'll explain the characters as they happen. So this character is probably the more stranger of the character in terms of who you meet. Her name is Rikaku Uematsu. She is basically like some sort of shrine maiden kind of deal in this town, and that's practically all we know about her. She is part of the Uematsu family, which I believe was the spider. which you'll also hear more about when we get to the feast. But yeah, basically that's all we know about her. She took the little kit in and took care of her, and then in route number 1, she became she went she went crazy. It's probably the best way to put it, and we don't know why. She was. I stared careful not to lose sight of her. Our eyes met. A mysterious red stare, white hair trailing behind her. She looked at the van as we passed. And she fell.
岩で後頭部を強打しもだえ苦しんでいる。すみません、止めてください。
Ah, she hit the stone. She hit her head on the stone and is now writhing in pain. Please stop the van. What? Sudden as it was, Hashimoto stopped the van. I jumped out and ran to her.
大丈夫ですか?
Oh yeah, she's also a crybaby and very clumsy. Are you alright? But she's very mysterious when she's not a crybaby and very clumsy. She was still writhing on the ground with her hands on her head. There's no trace of the divinity and mystery from last time, or from just a moment ago. It hurts.
でしょうね。
I can tell.
どなた?
Ah, who are you?
通りすがりのものです。
私は
Just a
誰?
passerby. Who am I?
ちょっと待て。
Hold on.
一度行ってみたくて。
I merely wanted to say that.
ボケをおかましになる余裕が終わりで。
Oh, so you feel up to joking around at least,
あ
huh?
まりの痛みに取り乱しました。
The pain made me lose my composure for a moment. The girl, or rather woman, since she was older than me, became red as a tomato right before my eyes. Rikako Uematsu, there it is, the name drop of the character. Was she an albino? Her skin and hair were white, while her eyes were blood red. Her unusual appearance and manner of speech were exactly as I remembered. But man, where did this playfulness come from? Well, I hadn't spoken to her much last time, so maybe I didn't know her as well as I thought I did.
大丈夫なんですか? 実際。
Are you okay? Be honest.
痛いのは平気な証拠と、ありし日の母は申しておりました。
My late mother said that pain is proof you are well. Also, while she just spoke, this is one of the slower characters to say their lines. So when she talks, I get a long break.
いや、それは場合によりけりで。
Hey,
失礼。
hey, that depends on the situation. Excuse me. Slightly hesitant, I reached out for her head, gently touched it, and examined the damage. Ow.
ああ、ちょっと血が出てますね。コブもできそう。冷やしながらしばらく安静にした方がいいです。
Oh, you're bleeding a bit. That's gonna leave a bump. You should take it easier for a
お
while.
医者様でいらっしゃる。
Are you a doctor?
いえ、常識の範囲の応急手当ですが、とりあえず見る限りでは大怪我じゃなさそうですが、大丈夫ですか?
No, this sort of thing is common knowledge. From the look of the wound, it isn't that bad, is it?
あの、
気分が悪いですか?
Are you okay?
いえ、その、なんだか髪を触られると、その、ゾワゾワと言いますか。
Yes, but having my hair touched like that makes me feel a bit odd.
悪い気持ちではないのですが、なんだかその
I rather like the
妙な心持ちが。
I rather like the feeling, but I'm uncertain how I should respond. Was the skin on her head sensitive or something?
いきなり第一村人とスキンシップとは久しく言うわね。
Physical intimacy with the first villager you meet. Not bad for Shirishi-kun.
何をおっしゃるウサギさん?
What are you saying?
茶髪の男が上松様を手ごめにしよる。
Eee! A brown-haired man is trying to take Uematsu-sama. Out of nowhere came the old lady. She is the village elder. I guess the main village elder. I think, if I recall correctly, she's the oldest of the village elders. And also, like, basically, she's the more religious village elder, while the other village elder is more like the leader village elder. So she knows all of the religion, and the other guy is more like get it done sort of stuff. She was also one of the werewolves last time.
濡れ衣ですよ。というかあとおばあさん、その上松様がそこで間抜けに滑って頭に大怪我を。
No, I'm not. Listen up to... I mean, lady, Uematsu-sama here slipped and hit her head, so I just...
松様、あのどんなハレンチな真似をされなすったか。なんとかわいそう。なんと恐ろしい。
What horrible things did this hoodlum do to you, Uematsu-sama? How awful! She wasn't listening at all. Feeling a bit stupid for worrying so much about her, I explained what happened and cleared up the misunderstanding.
ご迷惑をおかけしまして。
My apologies for the trouble.
誤解を受ける方が悪いのよ。
The ones to blame are the ones who misunderstood.
すみません。
Sorry.
上松様、とりあえずお家で横になっとるのがええ。
Now, Uematsu-sama, you should come and rest at home.
山脇さん、ご心配なさらず。
No need to worry about me, Yamawaki-san.
今ちょうど野里様が休みずに来とられますからね。今呼びますから。
Nosato-sama is in Yasumitsu right now. I'll call him.
下まで送りましょ
We can take you.
お願いしようか。
Yes, please do. Now this was unusual. She hated outsiders, but she couldn't say no to Hashimoto-san's presence.
上松さんですっけ。病院とか行かなくて大丈夫です。
Uematsu-san, was it? Are you sure you don't have to go to the hospital?
お医者様がいらっしゃるので。
We have a doctor here.
そうならいいけど。手を貸すわ。乗れる？
Really? That's good then. We'll give you a hand. Wanna get on?
お手数をおかけします。
Apologies for the trouble.
妻子くん悪いけど後ろね。
Sorry for Shisi-kun. You're stuck with the back. It was full of equipment though.
歩きますよ。
I can walk.
やめなさい。
Don't. What? What? I've been talking nonchalantly, but her response was a stern one. Well, it was true. I could have caused some serious trouble if I arrived completely alone. I knew this from my experience arriving via Saranaka. So I wasn't supposed to be familiar with the area. I had to avoid looking suspicious.
本当にすみません。
My apologies.
いえいえ、気になさらずに。
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
い
No,
え、その
I mean,
上松理香子と申します。
I am Rikaku Uematsu.
回るに末で上松すももの花で理香子です。
Rikaku as in plum flower and Uematsu as in spin and end.
そういえば、まともに自己紹介もしてませんでしたね。
Alright, we haven't properly introduced ourselves.
久石春明です。厨房の棒に石器の石。陽明学の陽明で春明と読みます。
This isn't how he introduced himself last, is it? Oh, welcome, Kao. I don't remember... I swear he introduced himself last, and he didn't introduce himself like this. Haraki Fusha from Kitchen and Ishi from Stone Tools, and Haraki from the Japanese for Neo-Confucianism.
不妻子春明様。
Haraki Fushaishi? I felt like she didn't get it at all. Anyway, thanks to that, I became an inhabitant of the back seat and a fellow passenger alongside Rikako Uematsu. For a brief moment anyway, we didn't speak much. The only noteworthy thing was the strange smell of dried aromatic wood she brought along. Besides that, I was just struggling to keep my seat as we jostled down the bumpy road. Being a trail on the unpaved road, we arrived and drove through Yasumitsu. We passed the front of the Nosato mansion, then the construction site, Teisen's house, probably, until finally we arrived at the plaza. By the time we got there, Uematsu-san seemed to be in perfect health and apologized profusely for the trouble she'd caused, though it'd been best if she took care of the wound on her head. Mamiya-san and I went alongside her and took her to the house she was living in. Yep. That was her going crazy. It's the same place where she'd lost her mind and the rest of us had barricaded her in.
じゃあ念のため野里様を待ちます。
Now then, I shall wait for Nosato-sama just in
お
case.
大事にね。
Take care.
はい。夫妻師様もこのご恩はきっと。
Yes, Fushaishi-sama, I will surely make it up to you.
いやいや、お気になさらず。
Oh, don't worry about that.
めえ。
Oh, there she is. Right, so that's Mako. She makes sheep noises. Welcome, Sabis. She, kind of like us, is an outsider. She came from the Saranaka. I think she came either a day before when we arrived in the first route, or around the same time as when we arrived. But basically, it was she arrived practically at the same circumstance that we did. Whoa! I'd completely forgotten about Uematsu-san's extra.
あら。
Oh yeah, and then,
Dokonoto?
like I said, she got taken in to be taken care of by yeah. I know that she's her name is Mako, because I guess the Japanese way that the sheep, like the Japanese sheep sound is Mei, and that's where her name came from, right? Because they named her Mako for that reason. Oh, who's this girl? Yeah, exactly.
昨日会いませんでしたか。おととい休みずに迷い込んだ子です。
Yeah, so it was the day before we arrived. She arrived. You did not see her yesterday? She wandered into Yasumitsu 2 days ago.
あら、上富士吉から。それじゃあ今日連れて行きますよ。
Oh, from Kamifuchi Yoshi? I can drive her back if you want.
いえ、その。
No, she...
あ、とりあえず他の人に事情を聞きません？リカコさんは休まないと。
Ah, why not ask someone else? Rikako-san needs to rest.
確かね。それじゃあ上松さん、失礼するわ。この子はいいのかしら。
You have a point. Then we'll be leaving now. How about this girl? Or what about this girl?
メイコ。
Meiko. Me. Bah. Uematsu called to Meiko and brought her inside. A stronger smell began wafting from the building. Maybe they were burning incense.
可愛いわ
I
よね。
mean, that would make
彼女。
sense, right? She's cute, isn't she?
ですね。
Yeah.
しかもあの風貌にあの装束、神秘的だわ。
Her attire combined with her appearance make her look just mystifying.
装束？
Attire?
気づかない？形は巫女服っぽいけど、墨染めなとこは仏門っぽい。
You didn't notice? Well, it's in the style of a Shinto shrine maiden outfit. The dark coloration is clearly Buddhism influenced.
明らかに宗教的な意味がある格好。こんな偏僻な場所に独自の信仰があるなんて、胸が騒ぐわ。
It's clearly religious garb. I never expected a place so remote to have its own religion. How
お
exciting.
仕事熱心なのは結構ですが、少々よその事情に立ち入りすぎじゃありませんかね。
It's good to be... Oh, so, okay. I guess introduce this guy. So this guy is, he's... I guess he's like supposed to be, this game's you won't like this guy character. Because every game needs one of those, right? So this game has a you won't like this guy character, and this game is definitely him. And basically he's this, I guess, rich guy who lives in a big mansion, and he's very very negative about things, basically, and very yeah, he's just generally very negative. But yeah, there's not much to say about this guy. He's part of one of the four heads. So Uematsu is one of the four heads. I think that was the spider, and then I guess it's Nosato is the second one, or is one of the heads. But yeah, he's also one of the heads. I don't remember which one he is of the heads, but I know he is one of the, or not heads, but one of the four thingies. No, it is heads, I think. But yeah, he's you'll get to hate him. You'll get to hate him very quick. Yeah, exactly, Cow. It's good to be enthusiastic about your work, but there are limits to how far you should pry, don't you think? Man, everyone seemed to just appear out of nowhere this time.
ほら、野里さん、すみません、失礼しました。植松さんの手当てで？
Oh, Nosato-san, I'm sorry. Are you here to treat Uematsu-san? Omiya-san gave a confident journalistic smile and spoke to Kyonosuke Nosato-shi.
ええ、分かっているなら道を譲ってもらえると幸いですがね。
Yes, if you are aware of that,
こ
then
ちら
please...
見慣れん方ですな。
Yes, if you are aware of that, then please clear the way. And who is this man?
ああ、樋口さんの紹介で今度こちらに住むことになった久石春明さんですって。
Oh, he's Haraki Fushaishi-san. Higuchi-san sent him to live here.
え？
Eh?
どうもお世話になります。
Hello, I hope we get along.
富士吉村のではない。
You're not from Fujiyoshi, are you?
はい、いろいろありまして東京から来ました。
No, I'm not. Things happened. I left Tokyo and ended up here.
樋口はよくわからんことを。しかしまあ、気の毒なことだ。では、私はこれで。リカコさん、失礼。
What's Higuchi thinking? You have my sympathy, though. Anyway, I'm off. I'm coming in, Rikako-san. Sympathy, huh? As condescending as always. Yeah, that's the word. He's very condescending, right? So, yeah. After parting ways with him, we returned to the plaza. Hashimoto-san was taking photos of a small flower nearby. I could imagine that someone told him to not take photos of the house. We were the only ones here, and I couldn't hear anything but the wind. It was strangely quiet.
相変わらず。
Like always, this place is... she felt silent before finishing her derisive something comment. Wise move. So Zabis, so the reason why I say that, right? So I was thinking, in terms of like other games, right? There's generally always like a character that that you tend to turn towards with disliking. They like putting those characters in these sort of games. And I think this guy, I understand what you mean, that he's just like, and I think as you play the game more, that makes more sense. But I think his first introduction makes him like very straightforward, that he's like a character that they want you to dislike, that they want you to hate, right? Because basically, like, one of the first things he basically comes off as is like, you know, he wants, which is also one of the things that, you know, the main character kind of points out, is that he wants in the first route, that he wants the snake to immediately Snake wants to immediately use the snake ability on him, so he can make sure that he's not a werewolf, right? And it's stuff like that where he's like he's very selfish. He's very like he's kind of like, he's just generally the way his personality is makes you want to hate him. Like that's just generally like a character trope that a lot of these games have, and I think he just kind of falls into that that character trope. Like he falls into. I'm sure he when you get to know him, when you get to like actually see, because I do know that he does help out when you start learning about him. Like for example, when main character Fushigi was trying to repair his bike, he did help out and stuff, and I do get that he does try to help, but he is just like a character where you will generally take a disliking to him. You will generally think, oh, now this guy is talking again, or now this guy is trying to take the lead, or now this guy, what did this guy say, kind of deal. That's just what I mean. Like he's that character in this game. He's that trope of a character in this game.
じゃあ行こうか。食堂なんだよね。話が言ってるのって。
Wouldn't be good to finish that comment by comparing the place to a ghost town. Let's go then. You're going to the dining hall, right?
ええ。
Yes. Despite having next to nothing to do with me, Mamiya-san was helping me out a lot. Then again, she was heading there too.
まあ、お待ちしてました。房石さんでしたっけ。それに宝生さん、橋本さん。
So this is the mother to two of the characters. I'll show you the two characters. She is the mother to him and the mother to him. She is also generally the woman who makes the food in the dining hall and basically serves tea in the dining hall. I guess that's kind of what she does in the last in the first route. She also went crazy after losing her son, and then tried to kill the other man you just saw, the one we just talked about, Nosato-san, with a knife coated with poison. So she also went insane, and then ended up getting hanged. Oh, I've been waiting for you. You're Fushaishi-san, yes? And hello to you too, Husai-san and Hashimoto-san.
どうも
Hello.
どうもどうも。
Hello, hello. it took a lot to keep myself from saying hello, hello, hello.
樋口さんからこちらをご案内いただいてまいりました。よろしくお願いします。
Higuchi-san sent me here. A pleasure to meet you. Shoji Higuchi-san pushed me into working at the dining hall here. Not the watering hole, but dining hall. He'd strongly emphasized that it wasn't under his control. That was why it had been decided I'd meet Kaori-san. Yep, that's her going insane. She had an oval, composed, slightly haggard face, and I couldn't see a hint of the demon from before. Apparently, if it was for their children, some parents could become both demons and angels. I kind of felt like that applied to the entire history of mankind, for better or for worse.
きちんとされてるのね。お若いのに。
My, you're well behaved for someone so young.
いえ、落ちこぼれですから。
Oh no, I'm just a failure. Okay.
まあそんな。でも本当にいいのかしら。こんな。
Oh,
ね。
oh, come on now. But are you sure you want to, you know?
いいんです。いろんな人に言われますけど、いいところじゃないですか。
It's fine. Many people say otherwise, but this is a nice place.
そうでも聞いたかわからないけれど、食堂といっても炊き出し係みたいなものだから。
It is, but I don't know if you've been told this, but this dining hall is more like a ration distribution house.
その言いにくいのだけど、お給金とかは食事はもちろん出せるのだけれど。
This is hard for me to say, but you won't be paid. The most we can offer is meals.
構わないですよ。お金がなくても素朴に生きていければそれで。
I don't mind. If I can live a simple life, I don't need money.
まあ
My.
じじいかよ。
What are you, an old fart? Suddenly, Yoshitsugu Oribi-kun walked through the door, displaying the same recklessness that probably gotten him killed last time.
義継あんた学校はどうしたの？
So this is the first son of her. He is, as the character just mentioned, very reckless. He died. So my theory is that he died because he was told to go out and defend from the werewolf. But whether that is true or not, I don't know. That is just very coincidental that one of the characters mentioned that there should be a night patrol keeping watch over the I guess streets or whatever you call it of the village, and then the day after he was killed. So you know, but there isn't. Other than that, we don't actually know too much about him because he died relatively early. So there isn't much to say about him. Oh yeah, he skipped school. He's a bit of a bellend. I think they have a name for that, don't they? A degen or something. Yoshitsugu, why are you not in school?
うるせえ行かねえっつってんだろおい死に損ない野郎死に損なってここに来たそうじゃねえかダッセーな
Shut it, I said I ain't going. Hey, you fucking zombie. Heard you came here because you couldn't die. That's so lame.
義継あんたなんてことを。
Yoshitsugu, how dare you? Oh, word spread fast around here. They called and told Kaori-san about it. Then she probably told several other people and it probably leaked.
本当だ僕だっせ
Yeah, I'm so lame.
は
The hell?
頭おかしいのかてめえ
You okay upstairs?
否定できねえ僕ばっか
You can't say I am. I'm an idiot.
おいババこんなやつ雇んじゃねえよ店めちゃくちゃになんぞ
Hey, Hack, don't hire this guy. He'll mess up the place.
学校も行かない手伝いもしないあんたが何を言うの？
I don't want to hear that from someone who doesn't go to school or help around.
うっせえおいバカてめえ茶髪野郎おめえ本当に死にに来たのかよ詐欺とかじゃねえんだろうな
Shut up, hey, you brown-haired dumbass. You seriously came here to die, or is that an act or something? I twitched.
はははそんなわけないじゃないかははは
As if.
おいババこいつ超怪しいぞ
Hey, Hack, guy's weird as hell.
私はババアなんて名前じゃありません。
Baba Yaga. My name isn't Hag.
あははははは
外野から悪いんだけど、久石君悪ふざけはほどほどにね。
I know I have nothing to do with this, but you should keep your joking around to a minimum.
すみませんだけどまあ皆さんとは長い付き合いになりそうですから親しくはしたいですね
Sorry, I just felt like we'd be living together for a long time, a long while, so I ought to be as friendly as possible.
吉継くんっていうのかいじゃあ一つ賭けをしようか
Yoshitsuki-kun, was it? Want to make a bet?
あなんだよ腰抜けがよ
What kind of bet, you coward?
ね
I looked into my large bag and took something out. Specifically, a new pocket
これ
knife.
で僕の小指を切り落としてごらん
Use this to cut off my pinky. Everyone instantly fell silent. I ignored them and continued.
ほら
I'll
手
put,
をこうしておくからさナイフははいそこに置くね
come on, I'll put my hand down and I'll put the knife right here.
何言ってんだてめえ
The hell do you say?
お近づきの印に指詰めさせてあげるって言ってるの
I'm saying I'll let you shorten my finger as a sign of our friendship.
おかしいだろっつうのつうかそんなん普通自分でやるもんだろ
I'm saying that's insane. Hell, that's something you do yourself.
そうだ自分でできねえからそうやってやらせようってんだやっぱ腰抜けじゃねえかあ
You're making me do this because you can't do it yourself, huh? You really are a coward, huh?
自分でしてもいいんだけどこれは賭けであり度胸試しだからね僕を腰抜け呼ばわりした君も度胸を示すべきだろ
I can do it myself, but this is a bet and a test of courage. If you're gonna call me a coward, you gotta show you're not one yourself, right?
君がナイフを振り下ろせれば君の勝ち逃げなければ僕の勝ち
Swing the knife down and you win. If I don't back out, I win.
つまり見事君が僕の指を切り落とせれば二人とも勝ちだそうなったら晴れて友達になろうじゃないか
That means that if you cut off my finger, we both win. Then we'd be friends with no hassle involved.
吉継くん
What do you think, Yoshitsuku-kun? I smiled and pointed the knife on the table with my finger.
何バカなこと言ってんだ 頭おかしいんじゃねえの。
The hell are you talking about? Are you nuts?
さっきからそれしか言ってないね。だからおかしいんだよ、頭が。
That's pretty much all you're saying now, but yeah, I really am nuts.
君はまともな人間の方がいいの？そんな格好でお母さんに当たり散らしておいて。
Or what, you prefer normal people? You who looks like that and gives no respect to his mother?
僕はおかしな人間の方が好きさ。見せてくれよ、君のイカれてるところを。
I prefer weird people, you see. Show me how insane you can get. Man, this was just too much fun. Uchitsuku-kun looked right about to shit his pants. But it was time to back off.
なんちゃって。
Gotcha. What a shame, huh, Uchitsuku-kun?
嘘嘘、そんな痛いことやんないよ。まあ急には無理でもじきに仲良くしてくれたら嬉しいな。
I'm just
よろし
kidding.
く。
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do something that hurt me that much. Well, even if we can't get along now, we'll be friends
て
eventually.
めえ、気使ったつもりか。
You actually think that helps? Jokes aside, he was actually pretty sharp. He and his brother were nothing alike, but it wouldn't have been surprising if he also had a talent for seeing through people. He had Higuchi blood in his veins, after all. Perhaps it was genetic. He left without saying another word. Kuri-san didn't even tell him to go to school.
すみません、変なことをしちゃいました。
I'm sorry, that was weird, wasn't it?
いえ、うちのバカ息子がとんだ失礼を。でもちょっとびっくりしたわ。弾力が終わりなのね。
No, my stupid son had it coming. That shocked me a bit, though. You had nerve, don't you?
そんなことないですよ。賭けを放棄したので僕の負け。多分追い詰めたら彼はやってみせたでしょうからね。
No, I don't. I'm the one who called it off, so I lost. He probably would have done it if I kept pushing him. After all, he was the type who'd pick a fight with someone with something inhumane and die.
でも
Or inhuman,
お
rather.
母さんの前で血を見せるのはためらったんでしょう。きっと根はいい子なんですよね、彼は。
He probably didn't want to draw blood in front of his mother. I think he's a good kid at heart. My words almost made Kari-san smile, but
いえ、ほんとお恥ずかしい限りで。体ばかり大きくなって、私などはもう口出しくらいしかできなくて。
I am not Slavic. I guess the reason why I know I guess Baba Yaga isn't exactly like a common folklore, but I do play like mythology games. Namely, I guess the one that really has Baba Yaga in it is Smite, right? But ignoring the fact that I do play Smite, I also just am generally interested in mythology, so and folklore and all those sort of things. So I do know the story about Baba Yaga. So, but no, I'm not Slavic. I'm quite a way miles away from that. I guess my voice I like voice wise I get told a lot that I sound British. Like my voice itself gives off British vibes, and I guess that's because I basically talked with British people my entire life. So I guess I have like developed a slight accent. A slight British accent, but I am actually I'm actually Nordic, so the British accent is merely illusion. But I do feel embarrassed. He grew too big for me to handle, and now all I can do is scold him. She decided to keep up the act of a strict mother. Puberty and rebellion sure seemed complicated.
久石君、ちょっと。
Fushaishi-kun, come here for a second. I did just that.
あなた、もしかしてあっち系の人間？追っ手がかかって逃げてきたとか、捕まったらけじめとか？
What? Are you actually one of those kinds of people? Did they send someone after you? Would it be over if they caught you?
いや違いますよ。指詰めは適当に言っただけです。その手の事情で皆さんに迷惑かけることはないです。
Huh? No, I suggested the finger thing for no real reason. Trust me, I won't trouble the people.
ならいいけど。
I hope so. She was actually suspicious. I had to act out a better normal person. This wasn't a time to mess around.
とにかく雑用でも何でもしますので使ってやっていただければと。
Anyway, I'm here to help out with anything. Use me however you like.
ああ、ええ、それは構いませんよ。どのみち上の方の決めたことなのだし。ただ、住むところをどうしようかしらね。
Oh, very well. This was decided by those up there anyway. But before that, I wonder where you'll be staying. Oh, I kinda expected them to be already decided on that.
じゃあ挨拶がてら行ってきますよ。誰に頼むのがいいですかね。
I'm going to go introduce myself to everyone. Who should I ask about that?
基本的に土地のお話は山脇さんのところかしら。
The one in charge of the land is Yamawaki-san.
さっきのおばあさんよ。車で通った一軒家に住んでらっしゃるわ。
The old lady from before, she lives in one of the houses we passed. Oh yeah, when Takumi-san gave me the key to my dorm room, he told me he got it from the old lady. Was she like the landlord of Yasumitsu?
その辺にいらっしゃらないかな。植松さんのお見舞いとかで。
Maybe she's not too far, like visiting Uematsu-san or something?
あら、植松さんどうかされたの？
Oh, did something happen?
さっき転んで頭を打って。
She fell and hit her head and, I left that talking to Mamiya-san and opened the door so I could see the plaza. By the time I realized that someone else was on the other side, it was fully open. Seeing that person's face almost made me say her name in surprise. And this Rick is the girl that he is in love with. Chiemi. What is there to say about her? I feel like there's not a whole lot to say right now, because she's a very mysterious person, but she's very nice, very mysterious. I guess that's the best way I can put it. Chiemi Serisawa. And there is them kissing while she is dissolving in his arms. I couldn't save her. I couldn't fulfill my promise. But we'd met again thanks to the strange looping phenomenon. Looping. One part of the word. Yeah, she goes crazy when someone mentions God. That's a good bit of fact about her. Or anything like in relation to God. That she starts. Isn't that who he was trying to get away from? Was he trying to get away from her? No, he was trying to save her. Basically. Did I say he was trying to get away from her, or what do you remember what I said? Well, there was something to feel when he fled on the motorcycle. No, so that no. Oh, you mean the girlfriend? Oh no. Oh shit. No. So this is just a girl. So he was in a relationship, and he was trying to flee from. We haven't met that girl. That was just some girl, his ex-girlfriend, and then he came here, and then he met her, which is not his girlfriend, but he is in love with her, or he falls in love with her, and she falls in love with him, and they kiss as she dissolves. What did I miss? But we'd met again, blah blah blah. Whether it was something to feel thankful of was another matter. Nice to meet you. I kept my surge of emotion under control and gave an amicable smile. Yeah, she does in fact dissolve in the ending. But just as she made that simple sound, a lone tear ran down her cheek.
目にゴミ入った？
Oh, do I have something in my eye? Her voice was calm, but the first tear made way for many more, and they were soon streaming from both eyes.
なんだこれ。香織さん、ごめんなさい。ちょっと手拭いかなんかもらえます？
What? Kaori-san, do you have a hand towel? Her reaction didn't seem to be anything more than confusion at her body going out of control. She's crying.
どうしたの？はい、手拭い。
Oh my god, what's wrong? Here you go.
いや、わかんなくて。なんか催涙ガスとか煮込んだりしてないですよね。
I don't know. Do you have tear gas here or something?
記者の方にお出しする獅子慣れが傷んでたのかしら。
Perhaps the shishiner I'm making for the journalist is
い
rotten.
やいや、言ってみただけです。なんか、こう、なんだろうな、更年期かな。
Hey, I didn't mean that. Hey, I didn't mean that. What is it then? Menopause?
まあ、ちえみちゃんはまだ大丈夫よ。
Menopause already. Come now, you're too young for that.
すみません。変なとこお見せしちゃって。
Sorry for acting weird. She wiped her tears. Her eyes didn't look good, but her voice was tearful and carefree, just like in my memory.
今日、急に休みずに住むことになった方ですよね、お兄さん。
You're the person who suddenly ended up living here, right, mister? That was a word you used on strangers. Why had she cried?
ええ。そんなに恐ろしい外見かな。
Yes, am I that scary?
いやいやいやいや、普通にシュッとされてますし、全然。これはなんだなんだろう、謎現象です。
No, you look perfectly fine. It's just, well, a mysterious event.
私、芹沢千恵美って言います。学生で里帰り中です。第一印象最悪かもですが、よろしくお願いします。
My name is Chiemi Sirisawa. I'm a student back home for the time being. I know I made a poor first impression, but I hope we can get along. She bowed to me. She really didn't know who I was. Due to the looping phenomenon, dying had set me back to the point when I was wandering around on my bike. It was something that actually happened, and I had to accept it, but it was also completely unreasonable. I didn't have any good way to reasonably explain it. Was the looping centered around me? Was I really the only one who had memories of last time? It wouldn't be strange for there to be someone else. My memories were fragmented right now, and I often remembered things only when it counted. It could be that the others had forgotten almost everything, but still had certain fragments of their memories and feelings. I had to stop thinking about this. I couldn't have asked her to console me about the tragic end that hadn't even happened yet. I'd have been barking up the wrong tree. If everything worked out, I hoped I could get close to her again. Love that depended on death, despair, and the suspension bridge effect was better off staying in the realm of fiction where it belonged. Yeah, this is not fiction, this is fact, right here. We exchanged a few words, but I didn't have much time. I had to focus on getting a place to stay. Anyway, just like I said, I first went to Uematsu's house. Obviously, it didn't seem like there were many people inside. I hesitated for a moment, but ended up knocking. Who is it? That was Mako's voice. Could she even understand me?
さっき、不妻子と名乗ったものですけど。
I'm Fushaishi from before.
たものさん
Fushaishi from before, san?
いや、不妻子春明。ここにおばあちゃん来てる？
No, I am Hauraki Fushaishi. Is the old lady there?
来てない
No. Oh, so I was off the mark.
わかった。それじゃね。
Alright, see you then.
あんなにお兄ちゃんふさあきさんふさゆきさん
Yeah, what? Oni-chan, Fusaki-san, Fusayuki-san. Wrong.
ちょっとお待ちください。
Please, wait a moment. Oh, Uematsu-san? She told me to wait, so I did. Soon enough, the door opened up.
お待たせしました。それで何だったでしょう。
I apologize for the wait. How may I help you?
山脇さんに会いたいんですが、さっきあんな様子だったし、こっちに来られてないかと思いまして。
I'm looking for Yamawaki-san. From how she acted, I thought she came to visit you.
まだお見えになりません。
Haven't seen her yet.
みたいですね。それじゃ。
Looks like I'll be going then.
いや、山脇様に何のご用だったか
Oh,
などの
what did you
こ
need?
とども。
What did you need her for?
ああ、いや、一応こっちに住むことになったんですが、住む場所がまだ決まってないんですよね。
Well, I'm gonna live here now, but I still don't have a place.
住まわれる
You will live here?
ええ、それで相談を。
Yes, and I need to talk about that. Oh. What did she mean by this? What did she mean by this?
でも宿なしは行けません。
But you cannot be without a place to stay.
え
Yeah.
夕霧立てば宴の支度
Prepare.
申しまして。
What a sudden change. Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. That made me flinch. Did it show on my face?
藤吉の者は霧を不吉なものと習います。霧が立つ日は身を清めて閉じこもって早寝して過ごすのが常でございます。
The people of Fujiyoshi believe that the mist is an ill omen. If it comes, we must clean our bodies, shut ourselves in, and go to sleep early. Cleanse, shelter, dream.
それは面白い風習ですね。
That's an interesting tradition. That was what I would have thought if I didn't know about the tragedy.
差し出がましいかもしれませんが、空き家なら一軒心当たりが。
This might be a bit presumptuous, but I do know of one empty house.
Eh?
Huh? She told Meiko to entertain herself and took a key from her house. Instead of telling me more about it, she insisted on going outside despite my polite protests. I had no choice but to follow after. We passed the plaza and went down the hill. She tripped 2 times.
痛い。
It hurts.
でしょうね。
Looks like it.
転ぶのも頭を打つのも常ですので。
She is very clumsy.
痛いのにも
I fall
慣
and
れております。
hurt my head on the regular, so I'm used to pain.
ダメですよ。そんなんで草っぱらを
Yeah,
歩
she
い
is
ちゃ。
she is definitely klutz. You really shouldn't walk around grass like this in that attire.
これも植松の仕事ですから。
This is an uematsu duty.
そうなんですか？
It is?
雲は根屋のはしため。
The spider are bedroom woman servants. That was a new term. Bedroom woman servants. Women who serve you in the bedroom? That sure sounded sexy. What? And the spider was one of the guardians of the great Lord Shinai. That reminded me. Chiemi had told me that the Uematsu were the family of the spider.
黄泉の木は皿長より湧き、まずは人の正気を蝕むと言います。
When the power of the Yomi rises from Saranaka, it is said to bring madness first and
そ
foremost.
こからかつて植松家は野蛮として村の夢見を守る役目を担ったのです。
That was why the Uematsu of old had the role of protecting the dreams of the villages. Were they like the night watchmen or something? It wouldn't have been weird for a police-like force to still retain power in this day and age.
でも夜だと 1000% 転ぶから昼に見回りをされていると。
But you'd fall all the night. But you'd fall all the time at night, so you'd walk around during the day instead, huh? Oh. Was she alright?
ちなみに今長者と呼ばれている人たちみんなそういう言われみたいなものを持ってるってことですか？
Yeah, I think in the first route, I think like she walks into like she walks into something like in the dining hall. She walks into that like once, and it's like really short. But then in this, like in the second round, they made a lot out of it. Like it's like the very first character you see, and it's just her, and then like it's just repeatedly. So they have really they've really gone in depth with some of the characters here. By the way, do all the heads of the village have roles like that?
はい。よく知っておいでですね。
Yes, I'm surprised you noticed.
上富士吉を通ってきたんですが、樋口さんはかなり力のある方に見えました。
I came in through Kamifujiyoshi and Higuchi-san, well, he looked pretty powerful.
樋口家は猿、水場のひもり。
The Higuchi family are the monkey, protectors of the watering hole's flame. There was that term again. watering hole?
火を使っちゃならなかったのをこっそり使ってたとかなんとか。
They used fire when it wasn't allowed, huh?
ええ、水場と偽って火を焚くことを人に教えたのが猿であったと伝わっております。
Yes, we are told they claimed to run a watering hole, while in actuality were teaching people to use fire. And they use this to gain influence as the source of everyone's food.
さっきいたのは野里さんでしたっけ？あの人も長者だとか。
What about the Sato-san's family? They're one of the head families too, aren't they?
野里家は
Ah, so they're the
Karas.
crow.
軒のはみて
The Nosato are the crow, the Eve eaters.
ピンときません。
I have no idea what that means.
屍を読み人かどうか見分する役。
They inspect if a corpse belonged to a Yomobito or not. They preferred autopsies? That didn't seem very important.
実際はクス神、武士は渦とも呼ばれ、彼らのみが使うことを許されました。
They were actually the healers. They were the only ones who could use aconite, also known as wolfsbane.
野里は薬作ってた家だかんね。
Nosato is the family that made medicine.
渦だ渦シシタケにトリカブトが入っている
Wolfsbane, the plant. There's aconite in the food. Oh yeah, that was true. What's... Why does he say it like that? As if like she's just standing there lying to him about everything. He's like, oh yeah, that is true. That did happen. Well, an autopsy was a medical procedure. And if they could use poisonous plants on top of it, they could have easily garnered lots of respect.
なるほど。もう一つはなんて言いましたっけ？
I see, what was the last one?
身車、
The Mikuruma. Right, I hadn't met a single person linked to that one.
蛇は蔵の見張り、
The snake are the tower lookouts.
植松は見張りの家では
The Uematsu
ありま
aren't
せん
the
から。
the Uematsu aren't the lookout family.
食料版ですか？
That doesn't give me enough. Welcome, Vol. It is that time again. It is a mic stream. Welcome to the stream. We're playing Raging Loop, which is a visual novel in style of Werewolf, if you know Werewolf. If you don't know Werewolf, the unfortunately or Mafia, if you know Mafia. If you don't know neither Werewolf nor Mafia, the unfortunate only other comparison I can make is Among Us. It's kind of like Among Us in a way. Most people know Among Us, so that definitely shouldn't be something to be confused by.
いえ、蔵というのは櫓のことです。
Tower, as in watchtower.
じゃあ軍事的な。
So they're in charge of the military here?
いえ、かつて櫓を組んで星を見たと、暦を作り天候を読み工作の目当てをつけたと伝えられます。
No, they used to build watchtowers and watch the stars. They made calendars, read the weather, and let the local farms.
その職能は畏敬を受け、やがて親内様の神官としての役目も担うに至りました。
That role made them respected, and they eventually became Shinai-sama's priests.
なるほど。
I see. We had our TV weather ladies now, but back in the day, astronomy and meteorology were linked to divination, leading many to consider them special powers that let them predict the future and bring good things in general. I mean, weather ladies are just like, they are, like, diviners, aren't they? Like, that's what they do. Farming was the building block of civilization, having it a matter of life and death. So it's only natural for those who offered guidance in that field to become leaders.
教えていただいてありがとうございます。深い歴史のある土地なんですね。愛着が湧きそうです。
Thank you for telling me. This place has a rich history. I think I could grow attached to it.
そうですか。 初めて言われました。
I see. This is the first time I have heard such words spoken.
本当ですか？普通に興味深いですが。
Really, it's pretty interesting though.
富士吉の生まれでない人にお話ししたことがありませんので。
I never explained this to someone born outside of Fujiyoshi. Oh right, she'd refused to go into detail last time. Infiltrating the village really wasn't a good idea, huh?
そうこうしているうちに着きました。
Oh
あ
look,
れです。
oh look, we've gone all the way. Here it is.
確かにそうこうしていましたね。
Yeah, we really did go all the way, huh? Sure takes a lot out of you.
別に変なことはしてません。
No, we did not do anything strange. What? Her speech was still odd, and what the hell was up with her imagination? She could send verbal curveballs to another another dimension. I don't know where information came from. Anyway, there was a wooden house. Thanks. It's much like the ones near the plaza, except a bit more aged. It looked relatively stable, though.
実のところ、富士吉の多くは樋口、野里、植松の私有地なのです。
Most of Fujiyoshi is actually the private property of the Higuchi, the Nosato, and the Uematsu.
富士吉村の所有になっているのは
Fujiyoshi
荷
used to
車の
Fujiyoshi
か
used to
つての私有地であり、
Fujiyoshi used to be owned by the Mikuruma alone.
代々村長を務める荷車家に属するものとみなされています。
But now that extends all the way to the current heads serving the Mikuruma. That was new to me.
つまり、ここもリカコさんの土地なんですね。
So you're saying this place belongs to you, Rikako-san? What?
あ、すみません。慣れ慣れしく呼んでしまいました。
Oh, sorry for being so forward with you.
いいのですが、土地はその通りでして、
No, I do not mind, but yes, this land is mine.
ここの方は少し前までお元気に
A person
住んでらしたのです。
A person lived here until recently. How very ominous.
それじゃあ、今はお亡くなりに？
So has he passed away or something?
はい。大往生でした。
Yes, it was a peaceful death. That sounded like a real blessing here in Yasumitsu.
気にされますか？一応中はきれいにしてあるのですが。
Does that bother you? It is clean inside. I'd been lying if I said I wasn't bothered, but I chose to take a look. She hadn't been kidding. The inside was shabby and the wood was aged, but the floor was clean and I couldn't see much dust. The tatami was new too, though that meant it had been changed. But at least there wasn't some human-shaped mark on the floor. What? There's no furniture, but I could easily get a futon or something.
風呂は
What about the bath?
ガスは外してると思います。
Do not think this place receives gas.
そりゃ大変だ。霧が出たらまずい。
That's bad. What can I do if the mists come?
みそぎですか？そこの水桶に井戸水を汲んで体を拭けばよろしいです。
You wish to be able to cleanse? You merely have to fill that pail with well water and wipe yourself with it.
そんなもんでいいんですか？
That's enough?
はい。かつては弱みの習慣は富士吉にはなかったと聞いています。
Yes, I hear it was rare to bathe in warm water in Fujiyoshi.
あ、そうか。火は水場でしか使っちゃダメだから。
Oh, yeah, because only the watering hole could use fire.
その通りです。
Yes. That made sense. Anyway, I was now ready.
本当に使ってもいいんですか？
Are you sure I can use this house?
はい。日頃掃除をしてきた甲斐がありました。
Yes, that would make all the daily cleaning worth it.
え、あなたが手ずから？
Huh? You clean this place yourself?
汚れを引き取るのも植松家の役目なのです。
Yes, because taking in the corruption is one of the Uematsu's roles.
それに手を動かしていた方が気が紛れることもあります。
Also, keeping myself occupied served as a good distraction.
何かお辛いことが？
Did something bad happen? She fell silent.
すみません。無神経だったかな。
Sorry, that was insensitive of me.
いえ、何かあったわけじゃなく、
No, it was not that something happened.
何か起きるのが
I was afraid of what could happen.
怖くて。
I was afraid of what could happen. ... She looked at the mountain beyond the valley. No, it was the valley itself, and the Saranaka Rapids at the bottom.
さっきの話、蔵の見張りの身車家は、例えば天気のこととかを今でも予想してたりするんです。
Back to the heads. Do the Mikuruma still predict the weather and stuff? Part of me thought it might be prying too deeply.
春と秋のお祭りで五穀豊穣を願い、舞を奉納し、祝詞を読んでおります。
During spring and autumn festivals, they ask for abundant harvests, dance for them, and chant ritual prayers.
それは昔の行いを真似ていると聞きます。幸いにして大きな日照りや飢饉は起きておりません。
I heard this was supposed to be based on what they did in the past. Thankfully, we've had no major droughts or famines.
なるほど。じゃあある意味百発百中なんだ。
Oh, so in a way they had a perfect track record.
山脇様はお詳しいですので、そちらに聞かれてはきっと喜ばれます。
Yamawaki-sama knows this well. You might wish to ask her. She would be pleased to talk. That seemed true.
と、このままだと時間が過ぎるばかりだ。植松さん、本当にありがとうございます。この恩には必ず報います。
Oh, sorry for taking up so much of your time, Uematsu-san. Thank you so much. I'll make it up to you.
そんな、私こそあのような恥ずかしいところを助けていただき、どうしたらよいか。
Oh. I also merely wanted to thank you for your help doing my embarrassing accident. Wasn't she basically blaming me here?
いろいろありましたけど、これからもよろしくお願いします。お役に立てることがあれば何でも言ってくださいね。
Lots of things happened already, but I hope we keep getting along well. If you think I can help, don't be afraid to ask.
夫妻様。
Fushai-sama.
あ、それ、柄でもないんで、どうか呼び捨てでも何でもしてください。敬語もいらないですよ。
Oh, and sama doesn't suit me. You can be more casual. You don't have to use such polite speech. Crap.
夫妻子。無理。夫妻子様。私の、むしろ、私など、いかようにでもお呼びを。
Fusaishi, I can't. Fusaishi-sama, I would like to ask of you the same. Please call me however you like. Was that actually racing some flags here? Was the game this easy these days? Did she seriously fall in love over a bit of help after a head injury? Was this a soap opera or something? Well, not that I was complaining.
じゃあ、リカコさん。
Then Rikako-san. Oh my goodness. No, this was something else. She was just especially vulnerable to men. As a family head, she was probably either revered from a distance or considered an enemy. Takumi did the latter. She'd probably never talked to someone who didn't care about those things. That actually made me feel kind of bad for her.
OK。じゃあ、 植松さん&房石さんだ。これで呼び合ってお友達になりましょう。ぜひ。
Okay, then let's call each other Umatsu-san and Fusaishi-san. Let's become good friends.
お友達
Oh, friends.
です。
Yes.
こちらこそ
I'd love that.
ぜひ
Oh. In a part of the village with no one but us, we exchanged a deep bow. Umatsu-san then returned, and I checked the house for any holes. It seemed fine on that front. No monsters could get inside. Anyway, I had my place. Now I had to get one for Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san. I tried to think of a way to encourage them to leave before the mist came, but all the things I could think of seemed unnatural. That meant my only option was the opposite, convincing them there was no way to leave, so they had to stay. Honestly, I did consider just letting them die. As long as I survived, I didn't really care if they did. But that didn't really sit right with me. I wasn't a good guy, but not doing whatever I could right now seemed careless. My ultimate goal was to escape the loops, but at the moment, all I could really do was prevent the tragedy before me. I'd think of something else if it just didn't work out, but for now, I had no reason to abandon my humanity. That was why I returned to the plaza. It was still really empty, and the two journalists were probably working. This was my chance. I approached the left back wheel on Hashimoto Shi's van. Reaching into my back, I pulled out the hammer and nails I'd bought. I placed the tip of the nail against the tire and hammered it in. You could hear the sound of the air leaving. That had to be good enough. I then did the same with the other rear tire, as well as the one in the front. There. After that, I added a random array of extra nails around those to make it look like a trap or something had been run over in the grass. They couldn't leave now. I already knew they didn't have anything that could fix the tires. They couldn't get in touch with any road service until after the mists passed. Yeah, he knows that because his motorcycle broke down. He couldn't fix it. That's really funny. If someone from Kamifuchiyoshi came to pick them up and they left without their car, they would be fine too. Not that I expected anyone to come. Now I just had to convince them that they had to stay here. It's a really haphazard plan. It seemed like the locals strapped them on purpose. I'd have to think of something to say about that. Anyway, I did what I could for them. Now I just had to wait and... Fusaishi-sama.
はいとっとっと。
Wait, that's not what she agreed to call me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. My heart almost burst out of my chest.
いかがなさいました、リカコさん。
What's the matter, Rikako-san?
また名前
Oh, that name again.
失礼。植松さんどうしました一体。
I'm sorry, what's wrong with Matsu-san?
お腹が空きましたのでご飯を
I'm hungry, so I came to eat. That, huh? Well, I was pretty hungry myself, too. Wait, there's something more important to worry about. Has she seen me?
大きな
This is a large car. It is. What the hell was up with this pressure? Is that some Kamifuchiyoshi had superpower? Was she waiting for me to confess or something? I had no choice but to think up a new lie. But looking at her red eyes made me feel like she'd seen through any bullshit I spun. Crap. Maybe I should just come clean and...
お腹が空きました
I am hungry. Was she actually not thinking about anything?
僕が何してる
Oh, right.
ダンゴムシでもお探しかと
What do you think I was doing here? Huh? Searching for wood lice? Did she think I was as old as Meiko?
違いますよ。見てください。パンクです。
No, look here, it's flat.
まあ
Oh dear.
見てください。
See, it's got
こ
this
んなのが
inside.
刺さってる。
太くて大きい
So long and... What the...
しかもほら。
And look how deep this is.
ああそんな
Oh dear, how forceful.
茶髪の男が植松様を晴天のもと手ごめにしておる
How's this happened 2 times now? The brown-haired man is taking Uematsu-sama in broad daylight. Ooh. Man, what the hell was with her appearances this time around? Okay, yeah, I couldn't lie. This conversation was pretty messed up.
誤解にも程がありますが、ちょっと取材陣を呼んできましょう。
That's an outrageous misunderstanding. I'll go call for the journalists.
まさか冗談でしょ
What? You gotta be kidding me. Isako-san was completely perplexed.
参ったな。
Now this is troubling. I still couldn't read his expression, but I could totally sympathize with someone being basically stranded in a place like this.
なんと不運な。
How unfortunate. They weren't suspicious of me, so I just acted like an innocent, sympathetic bystander. Oh, the heartache.
今日は貫徹で帰る予定でしたけど、どうしますこれ？
We were supposed to head back tonight. What are we going to do?
君のブッキングは？
Do you have any plans?
私は大丈夫ですけど、橋本さんは？
I'm fine, but what about you?
娘の誕生日なんだ。
My daughter's birthday is close.
ああ、ナミちゃん。
Ah, Nami-chan. Ow, the heartache. I had no idea he had a daughter, or was married for that matter. The fact that it came as a surprise just made my pain worse. But I shouldn't feel guilty about this. If I just ignored them, they had been torn apart by a monster.
でも本当どうしましょう。休みずにはそもそも車が。
Oh my, what do we do? Yasumitsu has no cars in the first place.
野里様は何か役立つものを
Nosato-san might have
お
something
持ちで
useful.
はないでしょうか。
Those words made me twitch.
特殊なタイヤだから難しいかな。一つならスペアがあったけど。
These tires are special, so that would be difficult. We do have a single spare, but...
ロードサービスに連絡しましょう。織部さん、電話貸してもらえますか？
Let's contact road service. Oribe-san, may we use the phone?
ええ、もちろんです。こちらへ。
Yes, of course, right this way. They all returned to the dining hall.
なんだか気味が悪いわね。
I have a bad feeling about this. I was left alone with a peculiar duo, but then we were joined by a muscly silhouette who'd come from the fields. Here we go. Rick.
何やってんだばあちゃん。
Um,
上松のあんたは
this guy is the... I guess the best way to put him, he's like most of the muscle around here. And the reason why I say most is because one of the elders is also quite a lot of muscle, to be honest. This guy is most of the muscle. And basically he does practically everything. No, I'm not calling you out for this. I'm teaching you about all the characters that you don't know because you weren't here for the first 2 sessions of this game. So I'm teaching you about all the characters that show up when they're showing up for the first time. And this guy is basically just like the muscle around the town. Now, this guy is a bit unique because he was. So far, no, he has not taken off his shirt. He does the first time he was the snake, basically, which meant he could check if people were what do you call it? He could check if people were a werewolf or not, or well, I guess rather if they were human or not. I guess is how they explain it, but same thing, right? But yeah, so he was a snake the first time around. At least far as we are aware, he came out as being a snake in the first run, and he basically immediately exclaimed that he was the snake. But yeah, I guess there's not too much else to say. He seems like a mostly very nice guy, but he gets very emotional basically. So he's a very nice guy that gets very emotional, but I guess that kind of makes sense in the situation that, you know, he gets into. It does make sense that some people get very emotional, right? What are you doing, Oba-chan, Umatsu, and who are you?
こちら、不妻子、春明様です。
This is Haraki Fushaisi-sama. She went out of her way to introduce me, though she still couldn't leave off the summer.
今度こっちに越してくることになったものです。どうかよろしくお願いします。
I'm moving here. I hope we get along.
ああ、例の室匠っつうもんだ。よろしく。 上藤吉の門には見えないが、よそからか珍しいな。気の毒に。
Oh, you're the guy, huh? I'm Takumi Muro. A pleasure. You don't look like you're from Kamifuchiyoshi, an outsider then. That's rare. Sorry you ended up here. They really had to do something about their habit of showing sympathy for anyone who came here.
はい、都会で干上がってこちらに寄せてもらいました。チャラチャラした馬の骨ですみません。髪は染め直します。
Yes, I came here from the city. I'm sorry I'm so suspicious and flashy. I'll re-dye my hair.
Oh.
Oh, alright.
それがええわよ。
That'd be good.
まあそういうのばあちゃんは嫌いだかんな。俺はどうでもいいけどよ。
Well, she
む
hates
し
that.
ろ他のが気になるな。
Well, she hates that sort of thing. I don't really care though. I care more about something else.
他のことですか？
As in.
あんたが野良仕事の使い物になるかだ。上藤吉と違って安水は人を捨てねえ。が役立たずを歓迎するほど余裕はねえ。
If you're useful on the field, unlike Kamifuchiyoshi, Yasumitsu doesn't abandon its people, but we don't have room for those who can't earn their keep. While mentioning Kamifuchiyoshi, he glanced at Uematsu-san.
ま、そのガタイなら何だってできんだろ。早速だけど上のあぜの草刈りをよ。
Well, you look like you have the bill for it. You can start by mowing the grass around the upper fields.
ああ、なんだか一応こっちの食堂で働くようにって言われてきたんですが。
But I was told to start or to work at the dining hall.
なんだと？てめえがカオレさんと？
Oh, he's also in love with with Kaori Oribe. As you can tell. Crap, I messed up.
匠や、あんたは男前なんだから、いい加減伝えたいことはちゃんと伝えんといかんわよ。
Takumi, you're a fine man. Just tell her how you feel.
なんのことだ？俺は別にそんな大それたことは考えちゃいねえ。
What do you mean? I'm not thinking anything that outrageous.
が、二人のでけえ息子とみんなの胃袋をあの細腕で支えてる香織さんに妙な目的で近づく男は問答無用でぶっ殺す。
But she supports 2 grown sons and feeds everyone with her frail arms. I'm gonna kill any guy that tries to take advantage of her. That was plenty outrageous.
おお、てめえ。どんな手を使って香織さんに取り入った？いえ。
Hey, what did you do to get her to take you? Spill it. It took a lot of effort to keep myself from lying and fueling the fire.
ああ、いえ、その上藤吉の樋口さんという人の指図で。
Oh, Higuchi-san from Kamifuchiyoshi, right? He sent me to work with her. Takumishi became apathetic.
ああ、そんなら仕方ねえな。
I guess that's fine then.
できるだけ外の仕事もこなせるようになります。
I'll try to become able to work outside too.
ああ、心がけはいいが、しばらくは様子見しとけ。余計な仕事させたとか、上からイチャモンつけられたらかなわねえ。
That's great and all, but for now just watch. If we made you do too much, they might get on our cases about it.
上の人たちはこっちの人間がどう働くかまで気にしてるんですか？
They care about what kind of work people do here?
ねえよ。あいつらはただ、俺らがいつでも連中の言うことを聞くようにしておきたいだけだ。
They don't, they just want to be sure we listen to them.
で、何やってんだみんなで。香織さんは。
So what are you all up to? Where's Kaori-san?
なんだか記者さんの車が壊れたとかで、慌てて電話しに行ったわよ。
The journalist's car broke, so we went to make a call.
ああ？そりゃ難儀だな。連中帰れんのか？
Huh? That's pretty bad. Can they leave?
最悪、今日のうちには治らないことも考えた方がいいんじゃないでしょうか。
It's best to assume they won't have it fixed today.
嫌だね。
Awful. This was getting nowhere.
空いた部屋とかはないんでしょうか？
Do you have any open rooms?
私の自由になるのはあの一軒だけです。
That house was the only one I could give.
上松様、源さんの家をこの人に貸されたんですかいね。
Uematsu-sama, you gave Gensan's house to him?
はい。人が住まないと家は死にますし。
Yes, houses die if people do not live in them.
あんた大事にすまんといかんわよ。あっこは方が最近まで住んでらしたんだから。
Take care of that house, will ya? A good person used to live there.
はい、そうします。
Of course.
くれぐれも植松様を手ごめにする場にしちゃいかんからね。植松様はそれは恐れ多い方なんだからね。
Don't you dare use it as a place where you take advantage of Uematsu-sama. That cannot happen to her, understand?
ああ、そういう関係？
What, you two are like that?
100% 誤解なんですが、そろそろ既成事実として捏造されかかってるので本気でやめていただきたいなと。
It's a complete misunderstanding, but it seems to keep being taken as fact. I'd appreciate it if it wasn't.
脱線しましたが、どうするんです？
We went off on a tangent. What do we do? I'd have liked it if I, the newbie, didn't have to be the one making this conversation progress.
まあ正直、あんまよそ者を休みずに止めるのはお互いのためにならねえとは思ってっけど。
I really don't think it's good if outsiders stay in Yasumitsu. Neither side like it.
ばあちゃん、空いてる小屋とかねえかな。
Bachan, you got any free houses?
めいこちゃんに出したのが最後よね。他はみんな穴開いたり壁抜けたりで物意味もできやせんわよ。
The one I gave Meiko-chan was the last one. The rest had holes or didn't even have walls. You can't even shelter in those. Liar, there was the one room in the dorm. Oh.
ちえみ、寝すぎじゃねえか。おやっさんの手伝いしてやってくれよ。
You sure slept for long. Go help out the old man.
ごめん。ちょっと向こうで寝坊の習慣ついちゃってさ。
Oh, sorry, I got in the habit of sleeping in while I was away.
ところで、タイばあちゃん、部屋だったら寮の部屋が一つ空いてますけど。
By the way, Taiba-chan, there's one free room in the dorm.
ちいちゃんね、知っとるでしょう。あそこは昔吉光さんが四家の皆々様にかけようってできた場所よ。
Chi-chan, you know the place was built by Yoshimitsu-san. He worked hard negotiating with the four families to get it built.
先のある子らだけでも上富士吉に近いきれいな家に住ませたい言うて、それで坂をコンクリートで階段にして。
He said he wanted for at least the children here to live in nice places closer to Kamifujiyoshi. That's why he had concrete stairs built on the hill and...
昔話始まっちゃった。
hahaha, she started talking about the past again.
まあ、不妻子だっけか。安水ってのはなんとなくこんな場所だよ。
Well, Fushishi, you see what kind of place Yasumitsu is? I already knew. I already knew.
治るといいな、車。
Anyway, I hope they can fix the car. This was bad. Just as expected, the road service would take a long time to get there. They'd be here sometime in the middle of the night if they tried to come right away. The mountain road was even more dangerous at night, so they agreed on the service coming in the early morning, which led us back to the talks about where they'd stay. Though by the time that discussion was over, Yamawaki-san, who was done talking, had left. She really gave us outsiders the cold shoulder, huh? Takumi-san tried suggesting they stay in their van. I was surprised to hear they were receptive to the idea. Them being a man and a woman was one thing, but I was more concerned if that van had enough space for someone that huge and another person to lie down. Still, it looked like they were about to agree to just leave it at that. But that was no good. They wouldn't survive the night like that. So far, the only people I hadn't met were the students who were in school, Kanzo Makishima-san, who was out hunting since morning, and the old man who cried wolf. Since I'd met just about everyone, I chose to take my leave. It wouldn't have been natural if I'd tried to talk with them out of that. I had to get places for them, but my only option was one I didn't have much faith in. Anyway, doorbell.
Oh,
'Oh, you're the new one. What do you want?
実はちょっと 長者でらっしゃる野里さんに伺いたいことが。
There's a problem that I think only a village head can solve.
いい心がけだがね、あまり板につかぬ提灯持ちは見ていて心よいものではない。
Well, I don't
分
mind.
相応の振る舞いをしてはどうかね。
Well, I don't mind the sentiment. You can knock off the awkward flattery. Why not act more like yourself? Was my politeness that
お
insincere?
みそれしました。それで要件なのですが、
Sorry. Now about what I came here for.
近々霧が出るというのは本当なのでしょうか。
Is it true that the mists are coming soon? The effect my words had on Sukeshi was impressive. He tried to act calm, but his wandering eyes made it clear he wasn't.
なんだそれは。どこから聞いたのかね。来ていきなり迷信を吹き込んだのは誰だ一体。
What? Who told you about that? Who mentioned that superstition to you right when you just got here?
植松さんが話してくださいました。
Umatsu-san. He fell silent. The guy was easy to read.
霧がうんぬん言ったのは他の方です。僕は樋口昌司さんという方に勧められてここに来たんですが。
Someone else told me about the mists themselves, though. The one who sent me here was Shoji Higuchi-san.
なんだ庄司か。私の一つ下だ。奴がどうしたと。
Oh, Shoji? He's 1 year younger than me. What did he say?
いえ、聞き間違いかもしれませんが、じきに霧が出るかもとおっしゃっていたような気がするのですが。
I might have misheard it, but he said there might be mist soon. There's no truth to my words, but they would become true when the mists came.
だけど、植松さんがさっき、霧が出たら色々しなきゃならないっておっしゃってて。
But Uematsu-san said that there's something that must be done if the mists come.
今、安水で車がパンクして、足止めを食らってる人たちとか、どうするのかなと思いまして。
There are people who are stuck here because their van has flat tires. I'm wondering what they should do.
何そんなことになっているのかね。面倒なことだ。
Oh, that's news to me. How troublesome.
はい。ちなみにどう思われますか？
It is. What do you think?
安水集落において、初夏に濃密な霧が立ち込めることは、10年や20年に一度あることだ。
Early summer mists here in Yasumitsu happen only every decade or two. Decade or two?
時期的に見れば、まあ、あり得るか。しかし、それの予測ができるほど、目立った兆候があるとは聞いておらんよ。
Well, it wouldn't be impossible for them to appear now, but I don't think I saw signs of it happening anytime
そ
soon.
うか。ちなみに何か危ないんです？皆さんちょっと緊張してるみたいで。
I see. By the way, what's so dangerous about it? Everyone seems so tense.
濃霧が出ると、必ず安水で死人が出るからな。
When the mists come to Yasumitsu, someone always dies. Was that an okay thing to say?
ああ、いや、誤解せんでもよろしい。この濃霧というのは、君の想像するよりもはるかに濃く、視界はゼロになると聞く。
This is very true, Nosato-san. Oh, don't misunderstand. The mists you get here are far more dense than any you know. I hear they make you as good as blind. I knew that, but yeah, I couldn't have imagined mists that dense unless I saw them for
よ
myself.
って霧が出ている間は謹慎する習いとなっているが、バカな連中が外出しては転落事故などを起こしているのだよ。
That's why the people here were taught to stay indoors whenever that happened, but you have fools who still go outside and fall to their deaths or something.
なるほど。
I see.
ここから少し離れた崩落事故現場は見たかね。あれはうちの家が請け負った工事なんだが、あれも霧のせいで死人が出た。
Did you see the destroyed construction site not far from here? That was a project run by my family, but it ended when the mist led to the on-site
ま
deaths.
ったく、とっとと引き上げさせればよかったものを、発注者の言い分はいかにも強引で。
Seriously, they could have pulled out sooner, but the overseer was too strict. I felt stupid forever considering crazy theories about some Saranaka illness. That mist was dangerous in and of itself, and that made for a good official reason to stay indoors when it came. He seemed to believe the official reason, and thought it wouldn't kill him. If he actually knew about the true dangers lurking in the mist, he'd do everything he could to leave Yasumitsu. Is it gonna change the image now? No. He was from a head family, but he didn't seem to know all the secrets. Oh, I thought it was gonna change the... She, on the other hand, must have known something. I'd love to find out more, but... Hold on. He just told me something weird. The mist led to on-site deaths?
上の土砂崩れの現場見たか。ありゃ8年前に野里が手入れたら崩れてそのまんまになってる。
Did you see the aftermath of the landslide uphill? It'd been like that ever since the Nosato got to work on the place 8 years ago when it collapsed.
気味悪がって片付けもしやがらねえ。作業員の死体は俺が掘り出して埋めた。
They were too freaked out to even clean it up. I ended up digging out the workers' corpses and burying them. I was told that the Kumi-san buried the bodies. But if it happened in the mist during a feast of the Yumi Purge, did that mean he should have been present during the feast? Huh. From what I could tell last time, the mist scared the people here and drove them to panic. Kanzo Makishima-shi hadn't reacted like that, while the old wolf guy had said the wolves were coming. It was likely they'd experienced the feast before. But I didn't know what had happened to the other people, or what I'd even do with that information. One thing I could say was that the survivors either killed or silently approved of killing people. Chiemi could be one of them. And so could the students. Here are the students that you haven't met before. Even if I couldn't connect all of the dots, it was entirely impossible. I had to keep myself together. I had many things to think about later, but for now I had a goal to complete. And yet the people at the main house.
そうだ、野里さん。
Say Nosato-san.
あの工事現場は野里さんの辞書なのですか？
You said that construction site is yours, right?
そうだが、どうかしたかね。
Right, what of it?
あのプレハブ使えたりしないですかね？
Is that prefab usable?
使う？
For what?
困ってる外の方を車で止めるよりはまだいいんじゃないかと。
I just thought that it'd be a better place for the troubled outsiders to stay at. After thinking for a moment, Hyonosuke-shi returned inside. I'd expected him to say something like, "Why would I, a village head, sully my hands with Yasumitsu's problems," or something. But this came as a surprise. Hyonosuke-shi came back shortly.
おそらくこれだろう。事故の後、先代がこちらで預かっていたのを鍵箱の中で見たような気がした通りだ。
This should be it. The previous head of the family brought it here after the incident, and just as I'd expected, it was in the key box.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
待ちたまえ。貸すとは言ってない。そもそもなぜ長者である私が安水の事情に手を焼かねばならんのかね。
Wait, I didn't say I'd give it to you. In fact, why would I, a village head, sully my hands with Yasumitsu's problems? And there it was.
それはそうですね。申し訳ありません。
You have a point. I'm sorry.
冗談だよ。貸さんとも言っていない。
Eh, I'm joking. I didn't say I wouldn't give it either. Wow, what a pain in the ass.
君は室や芹沢と違って、長者に対する礼儀というものをわきまえているようだ。
Unlike Muro or Serizawa, you seem to know how to behave around the heads.
そんな相手ならば、安光のものだからといって無下には扱わんよ。藤吉の住民の安寧に尽くすのが長者というものだ。
Yasumitsu inhabitant or not, I value such people. We village heads are responsible for maintaining order in Fujiyoshi.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Oh, so he believed in the concept of noblesse oblige? Noblesse oblige? Shame he didn't have the ability for it. First I had to check if the place was even usable. I'm pretty sure it is, right? The equipment and materials were all gone. The only thing of note here was a sink on the wall. Yeah, that'll be enough to clean, right? Because the other place was just literally a bucket of water. The flooring was cold and a bit sandy, but with a bit of cleaning and a futon, it could be a decent living space. There's no running water. If we placed a water bucket here, whoever was living here could easily wash themselves. What the... What? Well, that's interesting. There's something in the old I guess that makes sense, right? With what I was just told. That's very interesting, though. Okay, return to the dining hall. I now had one empty living space. Getting the other, the dorm room, was even harder. I didn't even think I could force it at this stage. However, it was still a better option than just wandering around looking for alternatives that may not even exist. This would be a real waste of time if I didn't end up saving them. I wasn't about to stop trying, though. It was still just a bit after noon. Honestly, I was a bit hungry. There was a strange, powerful reek coming from the dining hall. I had no idea what could have caused this. Was it a toilet? It was more along the lines of rot. Animal rot at that. Oh, I mean, no. I guess the hunter guy, the elder guy, probably came back. Did someone already die? My memories made me forget the situation was still at peace, and I dashed. Suddenly a dense wall rose up before me.
Nanja.
Yeah, I knew it. What? I was pushed away. I spaced out for a moment, but then I realized I'd bumped into the local hunter, Kanto Makishima Hishi. This guy is one of the elders. He's more like, I guess, like, so there's two elders, like in the village, I guess, which is the Teiba, and there's this guy. And while Teiba is more like the I guess like religious elder, I guess is the best way to put it. This guy is more like, you know, the leader, the guy that makes things happen, I guess. So that's basically what he is. There's not much else to say about him. He got killed by that gun, as far as I remember. I spaced out for a moment, but then realized I'd bumped into the local hunter, Kanto Makishima. You're the one, eh? This was the first time I'd seen him hold his gun in his hands. But I was even more troubled by his face. I was pretty sure I'd seen the old lady Tay wear something like similar the first time. All that happened later made me forget about that, but man, was it weird.
すみません。変な匂いがして大丈夫かなって思って。
Sorry, there was a weird smell, so I was wondering if everything's okay.
シシナレよ。
Shishinare.
え
Huh?
シシナレを煮とる。記者に食わす言うて。
That's Shishinare boiling. They're feeding the journalists. Oh yeah, Hisako-san was here to eat something strange.
気ぃつけろ、兄ちゃん。
Be careful, boy.
はい。よろしければお名前を。
Alright, may I have your name?
マキシマ。
Makishima. And he left. The bundle he had in his left hand told me he'd only been here to get his lunch. He was as tough as I remembered. That chest made it hard to believe how old he was. What a hunk of a man. That thought made me seem like some love-struck teen girl. Anyway, that cleared things up. The smell was caused by cooking. I gathered my resolve and went inside.
あら、どこに行ってらしたの？早速手伝いがあったのに。
Oh, where were you? I had things for you to do. Kari-san glared at me a bit. Crap, I'd have to make up for the points I'd lost.
ああ、すみません。ちょっと野里さんに用があって。
Oh, I'm sorry. I had business with Nosato-san.
よ樋口から何かことづけです？
Business with him? Could she tell you to give him a message?
いえ。間宮さん、橋本さん、ちょっと。
No. Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san, can I have a moment? Besides the one in charge here and that sleepyhead, you also had the journalist who were busy taking photos and jotting down notes. The sleepyhead. Good nickname. I was impressed by their professionalism, being able to get back to work right after the problem was solved, although it actually wasn't.
お仕事中すみません。実は野里さんが夜を越すなら車は良くないとプレハブの鍵をくれまして。
Sorry to bother you while you're working. Nosato-san said it's not good to spend the night in the van and gave me the key to the prefab.
あら。
Oh.
What?
What?
野里さんがそんなことを？
That blockhead? I mean, Nosato-san said that? Well, it was nice to find out how she actually called him.
どうもあと一部屋くらいはあるみたいだし、そちらもなんとか開けていただいて。 屋根の下で休まれるがよろしいかと。
Apparently there's one more room too, so why don't you ask if they can open it so you open that so you can spend the night under a roof?
ご好意はありがたくいただくけど、無理言ってまで部屋をもらおうとかは思わないわよ。
I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't want to force anyone to give me a room. Of course she didn't. That's the normal thing to think.
香織さん、やっぱ寮の部屋開けた方がいいですって。野里さんに負けたら安水の恥ですよ。
Kaori-san, we really should open the dorm. Losing to Nosato-san would bring shame to Yasumitsu.
それは何とも言えないけど、ただそうね、別に変な人はいないけど、若い女性が車でっていうのも。
I won't say anything about that, but yes, even if there aren't any bad people here, I don't feel good about letting a young girl sleep in a car.
香織さん、お弁当もらえるかしら。
Kaori-san, can we have lunch? And then the most important person around joined the scene.
なんね。
What?
野里さんが鍵をくれたんです。プレハブですけども、これで一人は屋根の下で休めそうです。
Nosato-san gave me a key. It's for the prefab, but still, now one of them can rest with the roof over their heads.
あら、それは。
Oh, that's... I wasn't explicit about it, but she instantly understood what I was getting at.
だけどね。
But that place is...
私は大丈夫ですよ。
I don't
お
mind
隣ができても。
I don't mind having a new neighbor.
ちなみに、寮、そこってどういう建物なんです？
By the way, what kind of place is the dorm anyway?
あそこはね、いずれ安水を去る子供たちのための場所なんですよ。
It's the place for the children who will soon leave Yasumitsu.
安水に住むということは、一生安水のものになるってこと。
To live in Yasumitsu
だけ
means...
ど、子供たちはそうとは限らないから。
To live in Yasumitsu means to be part of Yasumitsu for the rest of your life, but that doesn't apply to the children.
だから、あそこだけ、安水では特別な場所なの。上藤吉の人も、そのことは暗黙のうちに認めているわ。
That's quite interesting then, right? Because because that was the first place he stayed at, that he doesn't have to stay in Yasumitsu forever either. And she also stays in it, Chiemi, so she also doesn't have to stay in Yasumitsu forever. But these people do. That makes it the only special place here, and the people of Kamo Fujiyoshi silently agree. Oh. So this was just another way Kamo Fujiyoshi exerted power over Yasumitsu. I could understand why they didn't want to mess with it. But I knew from experience that it was an insurmountable obstacle. It opened it up for an emergency, but tomorrow would be too late. I didn't really have a good way to convince them that this was indeed an emergency.
大丈夫ですよ。これでも車で寝るの慣れてますし。
It's fine, I'm used to sleeping in a car.
プレハブは橋本さんが使ってください。一人ならあの車で十分ですし、ここまで運転任せきりですし。
You can use the prefab, Hashimoto-san. That car is more than enough for me. Not to mention, you're the one doing all the driving.
逆の方が良くないかしら。
Shouldn't it be the other way around?
いやでも、プレハブって上のでしょ？女の人が寝るのはちょっとな。
We're talking about the prefab uphill, aren't we? I'm not sure I want to let a woman sleep there. As we pondered...
すみません。
Excuse me? Hashimoto-san actually spoke up and walked up to Tei-san.
なんでしょうかね。
Can I help you?
もし、まともな部屋をお持ちであれば、
If you have a
彼女
proper...
のために
If you have a...
開けてやっていただけないでしょうか。
He also speaks very slowly. If you have a proper room, could you please open it up for her?
こんな仕事をやってますが、まだ嫁入り前の身です。同行者として、あまり無理はさせたくありません。
She's a tough lady who can handle work in the field, but she's still unmarried. As her partner, I don't want her to do anything she shouldn't have to.
できる限りのお礼はいたします。どうか、一つ。
I will thank you in whatever way I can. So please. He bowed. His large body bent in two, but Tei-san still had to look up at him.
そうね。
I understand, but...
だけど。
Whoa, Tei-san was on the verge of giving in.
おい、夫妻子、今頃戻ってきやがったが、てめえ飯時にほっつき歩いて、香織さんを手伝わねえとは、いい度胸だ、おら！
Hey, Fushaisi, so you came back, huh? Why were you out when Kori-san was making food? You got some nerve leaving when she needed your help.
たくみ兄ちゃん、いいところへ。
Oh, Takumi Nichan, perfect timing.
なんだ
Huh? What? Perfect timing indeed. He was the best person to convince Tayson. And in the end, she agreed. The word unmarried meant a lot to her, apparently. She seemed to become more considerate of Mamiya-san after that. One of the reasons for this victory was the pressure emitted by Hashimoto-san's massive presence, and the other was the fact he presented a reason that resonated with her. And then Takumi-san joined the scene and gave her the final push. This wasn't exclusive to Yasumitsu, but finding compromise in a community without common interests was really difficult. It was especially hard when you couldn't give proper reasons for your words. They started to suspect I was a shocker, or slacker, but I said that I was called by Nosato-san, and though it surprised them, they believed me. As a result, I had to make up a story about how he was shy but actually considerate of everyone, which was why he'd called me. After all, I couldn't let them think that I decided this by myself. After we got the key from Tayson, the two journalists and I left the dining hall to prepare our living spaces. The dorm room was clean to begin with. There was gas, water, and a futon, exactly like I remembered it. The house I'd be staying at was clean too. All I had to do was get a futon from the dining hall and fill the pail with water. The prefab, though, took a while to clean. Yeah, no wonder. Takumi-san brought the cleaner pieces of tatami from the abandoned shacks here, which made it a relatively livable space.
まあせっかく一晩越すんだし、ここの日常生活も体験しときましょう。記事にできないのが残念だわ。
Well, if we're staying here, we might as well experience the local daily life. Shame I won't be able to make an article out of it. They seem to be satisfied with that reason.
今後はもうちょっと安全な場所で仕事ができるといいね。
I hope we can work in a safer place next time.
すみません。私の依頼こんなんばっかで。
Sorry, most of my gigs are like this, aren't they?
こっちはいいんだ。保険もあるし、安全性だって運送地帯よりはマシ。
Oh, but this is better for me. I have insurance and it's far safer than a war zone. What a stretch. He'd been in such places. He did more legwork than his looks would have made you believe.
でも、Q ちゃんは女性でしょ?
But you are a woman, Q-chan.
だからそれはいい子なしですって。働いている間は性別なんて関係ないでしょ?
I keep telling you not to mention that. There are no genders while we're working.
危険地帯でのダメージリスクは女性の方が高いんだよ。
Sadly,
残念ながら。
Sadly, dangerous places are far riskier than for women than men.
しょうがないじゃないですか。他の仕事も男も寄ってこないんですから。
Well, you know I can't get any better jobs or a man.
難しいね。
It's rough, huh? The relationship was just that of good business partners. Mamiya-san was a passionate journalist, while Hashimoto's son was a senior who was worried about her and helped her out. It was a decent balance here.
意外ですね。間宮さんお綺麗なのに絶対モテそうですけど。
That's unexpected. You're good looking, so I figured you'd be more popular.
褒めても何も出ないわよ。
Flattery won't get you anywhere.
いえいえ、僕がこんな底辺野郎じゃなきゃ迷いなくアタックしてますよ。
Oh, believe me, if I was less pathetic, I'd have gone for you without hesitation.
光栄だわ。久石くんいくつ?
What an honor. How old are you, by the way?
24です。
24.
私今年でみそじ突入だからね。さすがに申し訳ないわ。
And I'm about to enter my 30s. I'd feel really bad. Oh, come on. Unmarried 30-year-olds weren't rare in this day and age, though I preferred women who were a bit more bothersome.
このたらいは何だい?
What's this tub?
あ、体を拭く水を溜めてあります。
Ah, it's to clean your body.
1日くらいいいよ。
But we'll only be here for a day.
なんかそういう風習らしいですよ。
I was told it's a custom here.
ちょっと詳しく聞かせてくれる?
Can you tell us more? Alright, this was a good chance to share info with them. Presenting it as info I heard from Uematsu-san and Kiyonosuke-shi, I told them about what had to be done when the mists came. I couldn't sound too knowledgeable, though, since I was a newbie here, but I was able to imply that there was a supernatural danger involved. Mamiya-san was extremely intrigued and quickly asked for extra info, like the stuff about the forehead families. I did my best to mention only what I had found out this time around, but I couldn't help but worrying that I would say too much.
興味深いわね。思いっきり神道的な発想だけど、どういう由来で伝わったのかしら。
Interesting. That's so Shinto-like, though. I wonder how it was passed on.
変化した鳥居、お守りをいただく名家、霧の時に限定されたみそぎの風習。マロードの艦隊はしないみたいだけど。
Strange Tory, families with guardians to their names, accustomed to cleanse only when the mists come. They don't seem too hospitable to guests, though.
不思議だわ。こんな偏僻な農村になぜこんな得意な風習が残ったのかしら。昔はもっと特殊な集落だったとか？
What a mystery. How did such unique customs survive in such a remote farming village? Was it even more peculiar back in the day?
やっぱりそっちのが向いてそうだね。Qちゃんの本職。
It really does look like this is your calling, Kyo-chan.
あった、これは失礼。じゃあ、スミカも霧が立った時の対処も聞いたし、お仕事に戻りましょうか。
Oh, apologies. Anyways, we have places to sleep in and know what to do if the mists come. Let's go back to work.
Q ちゃんが寮の部屋でいいよね。それで、僕がここ。
You're satisfied with the dorm, right? Then I'll use this place.
あ、よかったら下の小屋は橋本さん使われませんか？こっちは手狭ですし。
If you want, you can use the cabin downhill. This prefab is pretty cramped.
大丈夫、大丈夫。どこでも寝られるから。それに君はこれから住むんだろう。早いところ家に馴染んだ方がいい。
Don't worry, I can sleep anywhere. You're going to live here, aren't you? You should get used to your new home as quickly as possible. He had a point. Also, I borrowed the place from Uematsu-san. I didn't have the right to let anyone use it. What? There's also an option here with key? I guess that's... What would that be? Trying to think what it could be. Maybe that's staying in the dorm?
わかりました。余計なことをすみません。
Right, sorry about that.
いや、こちらこそありがとう。いろいろ動いてくれたんでしょ？
Don't be. We should be thanking you. You did a lot for us, didn't you?
え？
Huh?
野里さんだっけ？気を回しそうな方には見えなかったから、きっと君が取りなしてくれたんだろう。
That Osato person didn't seem like the considerate type, so I can only guess that you got him to help.
いやいや、そんなことないですよ。
Oh, you're giving me way too much
こ
credit.
の子は結構無理しがちだからね。僕が至らない分、助かるよ。
This girl tends to push herself too hard. Thank you for caring for her where I couldn't.
もう、たかが一回り上なくらいで父親みたいになんないでくださいよ。
Hey, you're only a dozen years older than me. Don't act like my dad. There's something about him that bothered me. Or maybe that's what the 16 key is, that there's something about him. Anyway, with that done, I figured I'd spend my remaining time trying to rub my elbows with the rest of the Yasumitsu. Though I already had a job here, I had to make up for not helping out at the dining hall before noon. But... oh, scary.
とりあえずお仕事の前に腹ごしらえをしてもらいましょう。
This bit now. You can't work on an empty stomach. Kari-san gave me a bowl. For some reason her smile seemed a bit warped. It probably wasn't on purpose though. It was just the effect of the smell. No, the miasma coming from the food she gave me. It's just that powerful.
何か怒ってます？
Are you upset about something?
え？いいえ。どうして？
Huh? No, why would you think that? I couldn't feel any anger in her voice or expression, but being new here, I couldn't understand the mentality of someone trying to present something like this as food. As I twitched in fear that this was punishment for slacking off, Kari-san suddenly gave me a full smile.
あ、この匂いね。獅子慣れというの。獅子を保存するための昔からの知恵。
Oh, it's a smell, isn't it? This is shishinare. It's like this because of a traditional technique to keep the game meat fresh.
なるほど。
I see. So this was the infamous dish made of fermented game meat. The nare part of the name had to refer to long fermentation, just like in nare sushi for fermented sushi. I had no clue how they gave it such a strong smell though. Did they reuse the same marinade for decades, like with the salt they used for sun-dried mackerel, or perpetual stew?
大昔はそのまま食べてたみたいだけど、さすがに危なかったのかしら。今はこうして煮込んだり、鍋や汁の身にしているの。
They used to eat it raw before, but they eventually found out it's dangerous, and now we boil it or use it in stews or soups.
本来安水のお祝い料理なんですよ。記者さんたちにお出しした分のお裾分け、それと私から歓迎の印。
It used to be a celebrated dish here. This is what's left from what I made for the journalist. Please consider it my way of welcoming you. Okay, I had to steel myself. I actually had a soft spot for strange delicacies. I tried sun-dried mackerel and any other weird foods I could get my hands on. No way I could refuse this.
だって私、小さい頃からずっと安水のものを食べてきた。
I mean, I've been eating Yasumitsu's food since I was a little girl. Would eating this turn me into a zombie or something? No, I would prove that idea wrong. He's definitely not going to prove that idea wrong.
いただきます。
Thank you. I picked up the bowl and the chopsticks. Brown rice covered in a ton of crumbled bits of meat. The soup stock seemed as light as what they used in Kamifujiyoshi, but I didn't know what to think of the meat's color. What's up with this greasy, shiny green surface? The reek attacked my nose once again. Damn it, I couldn't back out now. Gathering my resolve, I quickly put some stuck rice and meat into my mouth. Is there a choice here? What? Was it good? I really couldn't tell. Had absolutely no idea what I was eating here. The texture, the sensation on the tongue, everything was new to me. The taste was extremely acidic, salty and rich in animal protein, but that weird smell smothered most of it, forcing me to continuously convince myself that I was eating something good. I felt like my body would reject it all if I didn't. Holding the aversion at bay, I somehow swallowed it. The aftertaste was better than I expected, but as the reek faded, it made the way for a strong, beastly smell. Yeah, in a way, this taste was an exciting form of entertainment by itself.
あら、いい食べっぷり。
Oh my, you're such a good eater.
慣れればいけそうですね。
I could get used to this.
ええ、わかるわ。私も安水に来て、最初はどうかと思ったけど、今は時々無性に食べたくなるの。
Yes, I understand what you mean. I didn't know what to think of it when I first came here, but now I sometimes even crave it. I wasn't lying. It really did seem like a taste I could get used to. It was hard to honestly call it good, but at least it did feel nutritious. As reciting a prayer, I repeatedly tried to convince myself of that as I emptied the bowl I was given. Oof.
ごちそうさまでした。
Thank you for the meal.
お粗末様でした。
You're welcome. So, I'd finally eaten something from Yasumitsu. Did that mean I was a true local now? Or a Yomibito? Whatever, as long as I could go back to square one, I would explore all the options I had available. What if he couldn't go back to square one, though? Rhythmic cutting sounds were reaching my ears. As Kaori-san began preparing food in the kitchen, I did the work assigned to me. I had to repair the numerous cracked and broken dishes they had here. Apparently, they couldn't afford anything new, so they opted to take what was thrown out in Kamifujiyoshi and repair it into something usable. Was there no end to how pitiful things were here? The broken plates and cups were all wrapped in old newspaper, and all I had to do was unwrap them, put them back together. It was actually kind of fun. Sort of like a jigsaw puzzle. But man, there were a lot of them. I'd have to do this for entire boxes full of broken tableware. I did wonder whether they actually needed so much, but apparently they just barely had enough. So they wanted to have some spares. I used some all-purpose glue from a 100 yen shop. They bought it from a nearby town. Curry-san laughed about it and said, "We get far more value out of this than a 100 yen bowl," and I just cried. I just about cried. It's a strange mix of modern frugality and the poverty of ancient times. And it exemplified just how weird Yasumitsu really was. As I worked, I realized that many of the plates and cups had a familiar symbol on them. Am I to remember this?
これはどういうマークなんです
What kind of mark is this? Asked Curry-san over the counter.
それは水場のお家の門よ。
Oh, that's the crest of the watering hole family. The Higuchi. I was about to mention the name, but then I realized that Curry-san probably didn't have good memories with them. I'd heard that examining these crests helped understand the lineages and the like, but I had no knowledge necessary for this.
他の長者にも家紋があるのですか
Do the other head families have crests too?
ええ、私は野里のが好きよ。可愛くて。
Yes, I like the Nosato one. It's cute. Cute? From what I recalled, the Nosato family was the crow. Did it have a bird on it or something? Uematsu was the spider, Nosato was the crow, Higuchi was the monkey, and Mikuruma was the snake. They worshipped mountain and these guardians. It was significant not only for Fujiyoshi's culture, but the feast of the Yomi Perch as well. If memory served, Chiemi had told me last time that whether you had a guardian or not was relayed by a mark of blood on your skin. Waking up to find blood on your body was something straight out of a horror movie. Didn't the wolves and Haru-chan say it was done through dreams? If that was true, I'd be at a loss. It'd be an actual supernatural phenomenon. Still, were wolves and humans informed differently? This was something I'd have to look into starting tomorrow.
他の家紋ってどこかにあります
Where can I see the other crests?
野里屋敷なら野里のはあると思うけど、他のは植松さんの胸につけてるお飾りは家紋をかたどってるわ。
You can probably find the Nosatos in the Nosato mansion, but the others... Oh, the accessory on Uematsu-san's chest is based on her crest. That thing, huh? I thought it was kind of weird looking.
今度探してみます。知らずに粗末に扱うと大変なことになりそうだ。
I'll try looking for them. I wouldn't want to disrespect them out of ignorance.
それはそうかもしれないわね。何か見つけたら教えましょうね。
You might be right. I'll tell you if I find something.
どうも。
Please do. I continued working as we talked. There's a small ancient TV here. Ancient TV. What's that supposed to mean? What did that imply? Like ancient from like thousands of years ago? Apparently you could get public broadcasting here, but not much else. That's probably enough for everyone to gather here and have dinner while watching something. I was told that all the dorm rooms had TVs too. That had to be another way they pampered the children who'd eventually leave this place. It strongly demonstrated how much of an exception the dorm was for
う
Yasumitsu.
ちの長男が今寮にいて、昨日のドラマがどうだったとか教えてくれるんですよ。ここじゃ夜しかつけないから。
My eldest lives in the dorm and always tells me what happened in yesterday's shows. We can only turn this on at night, you see. Normally, giving TVs to the younger generation would be a sign of luxury, but it was the other way around this here. The children went to school in Kamifujiyoshi, but they never went anywhere beyond that and just went straight home. Kamifujiyoshi was secluded to begin with. That was why they prioritized giving TVs to the children, to let them know what was happening outside the village and to help them learn modern Japanese culture. Apparently they also covered their electricity and gas bills. They had to be frugal, but they didn't mind supporting the children's access to TV. Chiemi was the first Yasumitsu child to make it to college, and Yasunaka-kun was expected to follow her footsteps. Basically, they thought if they supported the young ones and helped them become prominent figures in society, the money they'd sent back would make life easier for those who stayed here.
安永にはこんな場所に縛られず自由に活躍してほしいって私としては思ってるんだけどね。
I honestly hope Yasunaka is able to live freely, unhindered by his roots here.
ご覧の通り、次男は不出来なので、目の届くところに置かなきゃと。でも長男は手前味噌だけど優秀で。
As you can see, my second son has some flaws, so I have to keep him close, but my eldest is, if you don't mind me bragging, simply excellent.
死んだ夫も頭は良かったわ。でも気性も激しい人だった。頭と気性を息子はそれぞれ分けて継いでしまった。
My late husband was clever too, but had an intense nature, and it seemed like those two qualities were split between my sons.
申し訳ないと思ってるのだけどね。どっちも賢く産んでやれなかったって。
I do feel guilty that I couldn't give birth to two clever boys.
次男は難産で、私もあの子も死にかけたくらいだったから、その時にかけすぎた苦労があの子をああしたのかしら。
Birthing the second was so difficult that both of us almost died. Did he come out like that because I tried too hard at the time? Kari-san was pretty talkative about this. I knew it was a stranger, and she had to introduce Yasumitsu to me, but this was a bit too much, if you ask me. That was probably a sign of just how helpless she felt right now. Maybe Takumi-san should just propose to her and lighten the Orobe's burden. Marrying a widow with sons in middle to high school was difficult, and I could only assume that was his main issue. Feeling a bit conflicted, I glanced at the cheap alarm clock on the TV. It was 3 p.m. Any minute now.
ただいま。あれ。
Oh, here we go. We're back. Huh? Okay, so these are basically the three students. There's actually not too much to talk about. Oh. He is... I guess he's a bit strange, I guess is the best way to put it. And I don't think I'll need to explain more about him, because he'll most certainly introduce himself. He was a werewolf, I guess, seemingly not a bad person, but also a bad person at the same time. And she kind of insane. It seems like everyone in this place is just insane, to be honest. But he seemed like a smart kid. Even though he was the werewolf. Don't know this guy. There, the high schoolers were back.
おかえりあなたたち。こちら急遽休みずに移り住むことになった房石さんよ。
Welcome back. This is Fushaishi-san. He suddenly moved here to Yasumitsu.
よろしくね。
Let's get along.
珍しいですね。織部安永です。
Now this is unexpected. I'm Yasunaka Oribe.
ここの息子さんだよね。話は金がね。
Kari-san's sons, right? Kari-san's son, right? She told me about you.
母さん何言ったのさ。
What did you tell him exactly?
不肖の息子をよろしくって。
Get along with my good-for-nothing son.
まったく。あ、こっちが鴨志田近持ちで、こっちが牧島春です。
Oh man. Oh, this is Chikamochi Kamoshida, and that's Haru Makishima.
モッチーだ。Give me 命。
Call me Mochi. Give me your life. Nope.
ねえモッチ、何あれ、イケメンってやつ？怖い。
Hey, Mochi, what's that? Is he one of those cool guys? He scares me.
多分ヤスンの方がつらっと少年はいいよ。
Yasun probably has a better face and personality than him.
兄ちゃんなら勝てる？
Can he win against him?
勝てる勝てる。
Sure he can.
貴様に勝負を申し込む。
I challenge you to a duel. What?
待てい。
Wait,
僕が相手だ。
Wait, I am your opponent here.
よし、おしっこ我慢対決スタート。
Alright, let's go. Which one of us can go the longest without pissing?
貴様、僕が絶賛我慢中だと見通していたとでも言うのか。
You cur, you know I'm trying my hardest to hold it in.
実は僕もそろそろ限界だったんだ。
I'm at my limit too, actually.
先に漏らした方が勝ちにしよ
The one who pisses his pants first is the
乗
winner.
った。いや乗らない。
Alright. Wait, no it isn't.
う。早く行きなさいよ、二人
Just
とも。
go already.
あらら。
Oh dear. You both had to forfeit.
不妻子さん、モッチーと気が合いますね。
You two sure get along.
シッコマンの絆だな。
The bond of piss men. The bond of piss men, eh?
そうだな。
いや違う。
Yeah. Wait, no.
改めて、こっちはハルちゃんです。
Again, this is Hara-chan.
よろしくお願いします。
Nice to meet you.
よろしく。なかなか独創的なファッションだね。
Yeah, you have a unique fashion sense.
悪いですか？去年の暮れに梶原の100円ショップで揃えたんだけど。
Got a problem with it? I got it all at a 100 yen shop in Kachihara at the end of last year. That was just sad. It was something I'd expect from an elementary schooler.
いや、いいと思うよ。これから仲良くやっていこ
No, it's good. Again, let's get along.
兄ちゃん、ナンパされた。怖い。
Ni-chan, he's trying to flirt with me. I'm scared.
違うと思うな。
I really don't think he is. Man, Haru-chan was distrustful of me even without the misunderstandings regarding Chiemi and I. Perhaps there really were people you just couldn't get along with. How sad.
こんなに治ったんですね、食器。本来は僕らがやるようなことを。すみません。
Oh, you fixed so many bowls and cups. We were supposed to do that. Sorry to trouble
う。い
you
や
with
い
it.
や、楽しかったし。それにまだたっぷり残ってるしね。
It's fine. I had fun and there's still plenty left.
安永、そんなことはいいから。早く予習復習をやりなさいな。
Yes, and I can leave him be and go review your lessons.
ああ、そうだね。寮に戻るよ。
Alright, I'm going to the dorm then.
勝負はまただ、シッコマン。
Let's have our duel another time, piss man.
それじゃあ失礼します。
Then I'll be going now. The high school is left.
これでだいたい安水の全員に会われたのかしら。
Have you met everyone here in Yasumitsu by this point?
そうですね。
I guess so. There's one exception though.
って、すみません、生返事で。1、2、3、記者さん入れて14人とあったかな。
Oh, that was a bit of a rude response. 1, 2, 3, journalist included, I'm at 14.
一人、二人。あら、不妻子さんを入れないなら15人いるはずね。
Huh? 1, 2, oh, but if we don't include you, there should be 15. Suddenly, as if rehearsed, the final person appeared. Here we go. And the music stops. This guy's insane, that's all I can say.
ちょうどよかった。
But he's probably
不
the
妻子さん。
he's probably
こ
the
ちら
sanest.
安水のおじいさんよ。
It's probably gonna reveal that he's the sanest person of them all at the end or something. But right now he is insane. Perfect timing. This is the old man of Yasumitsu. No one knew his name, did they?
こんにちは。
Hello? Like always, it was hard to tell whether he was listening or not.
今度こっちに住むことになりました。どうかよろしくお願いします。
I'll be living here from now on. Pleasure to meet you. Coming. There it was. His shtick.
どうしました？
Huh? What? He beckoned me closer. I carefully brought my ear to his mouth. The sway back.
狼が来るぞ。
The wolf is coming?
と、びっくりしたな。
Oh, you surprised me. I evaded the potential damage to my eardrums. I had no idea what he was thinking, but he was grinning.
No. 腹減った。
I'm hungry.
ちょっと待ってくださいね。今おにぎりでもしますから。
Please wait, I'll make you an onigiri. This might have actually been the first time I saw him probably communicate with someone. Once given the onigiri, he quickly munched it all up, leaving a big mess and just staggered out. According to Kaori-san, he'd always been a part of the whole Yasumitsu package. He seemed to have something wrong with his head and tended to cause trouble here. Always a part, eh? Would it be wrong to assume he'd experienced something that made him go insane? At the very least, his catchphrase about wolves coming gave me that impression. He'd experienced the feast once, and the fear made the boy who cried wolf become the old man who cried wolf. Okay, that's the first time they've shown it today. That was the Rick. That was the I warned you about it. That was the image, the wolf. They really like that image. So that was the first time. I guess once in 3 hours is not as impressive as I'd hoped it'd be. But I guess on the other hand, we only really did get into like the town quite recently. And get to a point where we're showing it off, I guess, makes more sense. Perhaps he'd even seen that thing. I'd love to hear what he had to say, but that seemed difficult. Is that everyone?
みたいですね。
Seems so. I was glad to have heard so much from Kaori-san, but I would have liked to talk to the young ones more. Chiemi too. Was it possible for me to forge a proper relationship with her starting tomorrow?
18時まで休憩にしましょう。夫妻師さんのおかげですごく早く片付いちゃった。助かるわ。
Let's rest until 6 p.m. With you here, everything was taken care of so quickly. You're a great help.
いえいえ。
Oh, it was nothing. After helping with the dinner preparation, I was mostly done for the day, so I was free to take a breather. It was almost 5 p.m. I hadn't been keeping track of the time on previous loop, but the mist had to appear soon. Needless to say, I was slightly tense. Not having anything better to do, I went outside. I looked up at the sky. The evening sun bathed everything in a red hue. This was probably the last time I'd seen see the mountain in the distance. No, this time I would survive until the mist cleared. Then I would look at this with the one dear to me and leave this place for good. As I gathered my resolve, ate the donut bologna rice snows on the mountain. I suddenly heard an off-key singing voice. It completely deflated the tension of the scene. Oh. I could see Meiko running through the plaza. She'd clearly noticed me. Uematsu-san was right behind her. Fusayuki-san. That wasn't my name.
Haruaki だよ。
I'm Haruaki.
夫妻師さん、お疲れ様です。
Ah, Fushaishi-san, you worked hard, I presume?
まだまだ元気ですよ。
I'm still shining with energy.
頼もしいです。夕飯前に少し下の原っぱを見に行こうかと。
How reliable. I'm going to look at the field downhill before dinner time comes. Oh, just like last time, huh? I've been busy fixing my bike here, so I hadn't even noticed them go down.
下に原っぱがあるんですか？
There's a field downhill?
はい。本当を言えば墓地なんですが。
Yes, though it is more of a graveyard.
お墓ですか。何があるんです？
Grave? Is there anything significant?
ああ、そういえば植松さんの服装は仏教のものにちょっと似ていますね。もしかして供養もされてるとか。
Oh, that aside, your clothes are a bit Buddhist, aren't they? Are you giving a memorial service or something?
はい。植松は葬儀の家でもありましたから、葬式仏教も混じっているかも。
Yes, the Uematsu were also responsible for funeral rites. Our faith might have some roots in Buddhism as a result of that duty. So Mamiya-san was right. Bedroom woman servants, was it? Perhaps they protected not only dreams but also eternal sleep, the peace of the dead.
血筋が細くなって実務が行えなくなった後は荷車様にお任せしていますけれど。
Though, as our blood became less pure, we became unable to fulfill these duties, so we left them to the Miguruma.
それでも休みずに住むようになってからはその墓の供養はしている？
Despite that, after moving here to Yasumitsu, you hold services for the local graves, huh?
自分ではそのつもりです。ただ今は。
That is my intention, yes, but this time.
何です？
What?
ちょっと気になって。
I have become a bit worried. She looked towards the direction of Saranaka again. Perhaps she could feel the coming of the mist with her skin. I heard that sensitive people could sense incoming weather changes by differences in pressure and humidity alone.
何か起きるんです？
Will something happen?
いえ、気のせいだと思います。
No, I think it is probably merely my imagination. Umatsu-san leaned on the pillar supporting the well's roof. Apparently she'd decided against going to the field. Realizing this, Meiko started playing around.
子供は元気ですね。
Kids sure are a bundle of energy, huh?
はい。皿長から迷い込んだということで、皆怖がっていましたが、明るい子でよかったです。
Indeed, everyone was afraid of her because she came through Saranaka, but she turned out to be an energetic child. Truly a relief.
どんな事情があったのでしょうね。
I wonder what happened to her.
どこかの山で無理心中か何かを逃れてきたのかもしれませんね。
Perhaps she was doing her hardest to run away from a forced suicide in the mountains. That seemed likely. Takumi-san had mentioned last time that lots of suicidal people gathered here.
しかし、どうして上？
But why did you... I was about to ask why she was the one to take care of her, but then I remembered something. She took in the corruption. That was one of the roles she was expected to fulfill. It felt wrong to me, but I didn't know what I actually had a problem with. Meiko's parents, the locals who treated her like filth, or perhaps the customs and superstitions that caused it.
くるりらひらひらひりらきりたあった。
9. One whole birthday cow to find. 10. The kissed my sway again.
斬新な歌ですね。上富士吉でも放送で聞いたな。
That's a unique song. I heard it during a broadcast in Kamifuchi-yoshi. I'd actually heard it here in the last loop, but whatever.
我らを生かすこの山、神内山の化身、神内明神様の教えを歌った
It's an old song about
古い歌です。
It's an old song about the teachings of great Lord Shinai-sama, the incarnation of this mountain that keeps us alive.
神内山のお守りはいかがちふましらみからすよくも
I'm not singing. Shinai-san's guardians are 1 snake, 2 monkey, 3 crow, 4 spider. She began singing out of nowhere.
夕霧立てば宴の支度いついつむちなもなれもて走る
5. Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. 6. The batcher runs along late with Nair as a fix. Her clear voice vanished into the wind passing this empty plaza. However, I could hear it very well.
怪しよみびとけがらえり
7. The corrupt Yomibito rise to oppose the mountain. The tone of the song suddenly changed.
怪しよみびと泣きにせん
8. Death of the damned Yomibito is the mandate. Her singing now brought out feelings of unease.
くくれやひとひにひとり
9. 1 soul per day now to bind.
切り立った
What the? 10. The mists rise away again. An ice-cold voice cut her off. I looked at the source and a chill went down my spine. It was Chiemi covered in the red of the evening, as well as the red of blood. Her whole body was covered in blood.
お疲れ様です。
You were working hard, I see.
疲れました。
Oh, I was. Huh?
芹沢さん、それどうしたの？
Serizawa-san, what happened?
ああ、こりゃ失礼しました。いきなりだったらビビるよね、そりゃ。
Oh, sorry, I guess making such a dramatic entrance while looking like this is a bit scary, huh? She gave me a broad grin.
獅子の解体をされてたのかと。
I believe she had to dismantle wild game.
当たりです。朝に肝臓じいちゃんが仕留めたのが大物でね。筋やら骨やらごっついのなんの。
Yep, Kanso Ji-chan got a big one this morning. The muscles and bones on this thing were huge. Oh yeah, Takumi-san had told her to help Kanso-san.
すごいですね。芹沢さん、解体なんかできるんですか？
Wow, you know how to butcher wild game?
まあ慣れですよ、慣れ。
It's easy when you get used to it.
っていうか、その普段着が血まみれでいいんですか？
Your clothes are a mess now, though. You sure that's not a problem?
引っかぶる気はなかったんだけど、ちょっと手が滑っちゃって。
I didn't mean for this to happen. My hand slipped a bit.
まあ全く同じ着替え持ってきてるからいいんですけどね。
Well, I have another set of these clothes, so it ain't a problem. She laughed and it made her look even scarier.
というか、ちえみでいいですよ。敬語とかもいらないです。
You can just call me Chiemi, by the way. Drop the fancy talk too. Oh!
今のリカコさん？
Was that Rikako-san?
いえ、
No. It clearly was.
じゃあ千恵美ちゃん、僕のことも春秋と呼んでよ。話し方もタメ語で結構。
Oh no. Alright, Chiemi-chan. You can call me just Hauraki too. Talk to me like I'm a friend.
あ、本当ですか？じゃあ春秋さん、ご飯の時にでも身の上話とか聞きたいな。
Oh really? Alright, Hauraki-san. Want to get to know each other over some food? Oh.
ちなみに、もしかして今晩は獅子肉のご商売に預かれるのかな？
By the way, are we getting some of that game meat for dinner?
もちろん、今日はごちそうだ。
Of course, we're in for some good eating.
やったぜ。楽しみですね、上松さん。
Woohoo, isn't that great, Uematsu-san?
り
What?
り リカコとお呼びください。
Please call me Rikako.
リカコさん？
Rikako-san? Oh! What kind of response was that?
なんでしょう。春はあるはら。
What is it? Aruhara.
春秋様。
Hauraki-sama. She's about to call me by some weird name, but she somehow managed to get my real one out. Problem being that she called out to me but didn't actually have anything to say. Oh boy. Oh, and what's your problem, Chiemi-san?
春秋さん、よかったら獅子の解体見学しに来ない？でっかい狩猟ナイフでブッシュブッシュ肉を立つよ。
Bushu bushu. Hauraki-san, wanna come watch me butcher game? You'll see me cut some meat with a huge hunting knife. Splush splush. Whoa, that kind of invitation would have weirded out anyone normal, but me? I was actually kind of intrigued.
春秋様。
Hauraki-sama.
はい。
Yes?
あちらへ行きませんか？
Shall we go there?
どちらへ？
Where?
墓場へ。
The graveyard. An invitation even freakier than the previous one. It felt like she'd take me straight to the land of the dead, though. Though that was interesting in its own way. What's happening?
リカコさん、あんな原っぱで何するつもりですか？
Huh? And what exactly are you gonna do there, Rikako-san?
芹沢様こそ血の宴などけったいな。いくら休みずの務めとはいえ、血は汚れにつながるのですよ。
What of you, Serizawa-sama? Are you aware how absurd it is to show him a feast of blood? Even if it is for Yasumitsu, blood is linked to the corruption.
リカコさんこそ、エッチいことはバッチいことですよ。
Rikako-san, you do know that lewdness is also dirty, right?
何を ご想像されてるの？別に私はそのようなことは。
Whatever are you imagining? I was not thinking of anything of the
そん
sort.
なこと言ってリカ子さん結構むっつりっぽいからな。
Really? You seem like a real closet pervert to me.
大丈夫。男子はみんなエッチなお姉さんが大好きだから。
Don't worry, all men love lewd women. Beaming. Wait, what? Why is she beaming?
でも残念。エロパワーでもちえみさんはリカ子さんを超えるから。
Too bad though, I have even more lewd power than you.
そんなずるいです。
What? No fair. What the
君ら
hell are you
何
two
言ってるんです
talking
か
about?
さゆきさん、持って持って。
Fusayuki-san, are you popular?
なんだって。
What?
メイコ、一体何を。
Meiko, whatever do you...
あ、リカ子さん脱落？じゃあちえみもらっちゃおっかな。
Oh, you're out of the race? Guess I'll have him then.
そんなうまい話が。
You will? That's too good to be true.
割と好みですよ。春明さんがこっち住むなら里帰りする楽しみができたかな。
You're my type. If you're gonna live here, then I guess I'll have something to look forward to when coming back home. So I had a chance with Chiemi in this route too. Okay, that's pretty meta.
芹沢さんがいない間、チャンスだらけ。
Oh, then I shall have many chances while you are away.
なんと、それはまずい。
What? Not happening. And with Rikako-san too.
メイコちゃん、かけっこしようぜ。
Meiko-chan, let's have a race. Yay! I ran around with her like I was a kid of her own age again. My goodness, what is happening? As much as I enjoyed them having a catfight over me, I knew that we were almost out of time. The dense mist began flowing into the plaza.
嘘だろ。
No way. My tone was a bit forced, but no one paid any heed. May?
みんな、霧が出た。
The mists are here. Chiemi's loud voice flung everyone into a frenzied panic.
ばあちゃんは家に入った。おやっさんは
Bachan's in the house. What about the old man?
年寄り扱いしてんじゃねえ。
I ain't that old. No, not the mists.
ガキどもを連れて寮行け。
Gee, take the brats to the dorm.
春明さん、
Araki-san.
案内は。
I'll lead him.
わかった。
Alright.
頼みます。春明さん、これが安水の霧。バカバカしいかもしれないけど、絶対に手順は守って。
Alright, please do. Haraki-san, this is Yasumitsu's mist. Please do whatever she tells you, even if it sounds stupid.
あ、
Alright.
わ
これが噂のノーム。本当に出会えるとはラッキーかも。
Lucky. Oh, so this is the mist. Guess we should count ourselves lucky. We got to see it.
機材に悪そうだな。
It's probably bad for our equipment.
それどころじゃないんです。部屋があってよかったわ。すぐにそちらへ逃げてください。
This is serious. I'm so glad you have rooms. Please run to them
間
immediately.
宮さん、こっちだから。カメラマンさんは。
Mamiya-san, you're with us. Cameraman, you...
俺が行く。プレハブだろ。おっさん来い。転ぶなよ。
I'll take him to prefab, right? Come with me and don't fall.
そんな焦らなくても。
No need to rush. I couldn't help but worry.
来る。来る。狼が来る。
Coming, coming. The wolf is coming. At the edge of my fading vision, I saw the old man mutter that and walk off.
メイコ、春明様、
Meiko Haraki-sama.
嫌な予感が当たったようです。
Looks like it was not just my imagination.
霧が出たら家に閉じこもるんでしたっけ？
We have to lock up in our houses now, right?
みそぎ、物意味、夢枕、宴の支度、必ず3つお守りください。
Cleanse, shelter, dream. That is how you prepare for the feast. Please don't forget to do them.
体拭いて、鍵かけて、寝る？
Wash my body, lock the door, and sleep.
そう。ご飯は明日まで待ってね。
Yes, you will not get to eat until tomorrow, so please be patient.
うん。 わかった。
Okay, got it.
掟を守れば今日は誰も死なない。
If they obey the laws, no one will die today.
どういうことですか？
What do you mean?
今日は
Today?
宴の支度。明日からの宴に備えて支度せぬ者を神内明神は罰される。
Today we prepare for the feast. Those who do not are punished by our great Lord Shinai.
行ってください。
Please go. Did I miss something? No. Rikako-san took Meiko in her hand and took a step back. That alone made her face less clear.
必ず支度をして。
Please prepare.
明日また会いたいから。
I wish to see you again tomorrow.
必ず守ります。
I will. I shouted that right before her face vanished. She clearly liked me, so much that she was almost crying. She probably assumed I wouldn't believe her and thought I'd be a pile of gore by tomorrow. Not a chance. I knew how serious this was and understood the depths of their fear and despair, and on top of all that, I wanted to help them. I wanted to reassure them by making that all too clear. I made my way carefully downhill to my hut. Unluck, enter luck. Oh man. I felt so much safer than last time. After all, I could actually lock up and had a decently sized space that was protected from the mist, and had a nice place to lie down. I'd made it this far. That alone was a strong sign that I was doing way better than before. I turned on the light. I actually had electricity here. Well, I had it in the dorm last time too. All that was really cut was the telephone wires to the dining hall. We're to think that mist and severed phone wires were enough to create a closed circle like this one. Even weirder that I actually came back here of my own volition. I reached into the bag at the corner of the room and opened up the yellow box of food. It's probably unfair to everyone else, but I needed the energy. I'd have a hell of a time tomorrow. After my half-assed excuse for dinner, I took the wet towel from the pail and washed my body. I then checked if the door was really locked. All that was left was to spread out the futon and sleep. Could I though? After all, I had so many things on my mind. First, things I'd learned today. I found out that I could change how things went down. This time, I somehow succeeded in becoming an inhabitant here and saved the journalists. I had no idea if this would make things better than last time, but it was clear that things were different. That alone was big. Had to be. Also, I had a feeling there was at least one Yosumitsu inhabitant who'd experienced the feast before. That wasn't that new, but now I felt like the elders weren't the only suspects. Takumi-san could have experienced one too. Tomorrow, I could probably ask if there was a mist before, and I could actually make it sound natural. The settlement's history was just as deserving of an investigation as its customs and superstitions. And Rikako Uematsu, she might have actually been way weirder than I'd first thought. She fell often and went nuts when you just called her by her name. Despite her weirdness though, there was a certain charm to her. She was kind of like a fancy-looking restaurant that you were afraid to go into, but when you mustered the courage, it turned out to be unexpectedly cheap and sold simple yet nice flavors, making you really attached to it. But, objectively speaking, it felt like she was actually attracted to me. But why? Did our first meeting leave that much of an impression? Not that I minded the attention, but this seemed a bit too good to be true. Whatever the case, I'd formed a bond that I certainly didn't expect last time. Assuming I solved this whole mystery, what would I do next? Following through on my lie, and actually living here, would upset too many parties, so that was a no. And if I left here someday, what would become of my relationships? Rikako-san didn't look like she'd ever leave this place. What about Chiemi? Why was I counting my chickens before they hatched anyway? I did appreciate that Chiemi actually liked me this time too. I wasn't much to help her out last loop, so I kind of fixated on saving her on this one. But there's another way to look at this. That was a feeling born out of a trip through hell with her last time, standing by her until the very end. But the Chiemi from back then wasn't the same as the Chiemi from this loop. Any feelings I had for the previous Chiemi had nothing to do with this one. There was nothing more hollow than chasing after unrequited feelings, right? I'd had enough of thinking about that. It just made me feel empty inside. Time to review more important things. What? Like the previous roles. Takumi Muro was the snake. Okay, so we are now certain that he was the snake, right? That's like guaranteed, or what? Like we know that. Chikamochi, Kamoshida, and Meiko were the monkeys. Yasunaka Orebe and Time Yamawaki were the wolves. Those were the only clear ones. Now for the rest. Since the spider was supposed to protect the snake, Takumi-san, who died on the second day, it's safe to assume it was someone who died on the first. That was either Kanso Makishima or Yoshitsuke Suku Orebe. I was pretty sure it was the former. I had no guesses for the crow though. That guardian didn't really get a turn in the spotlight last time. There was only one standard lynching. After all, in fact, there were far more abnormal deaths. Though I had no idea if those were or were not covered by the crow's power to tell if the lynch victim was a wolf or not. If they were, then perhaps the crow was waiting for the chance to come out. But all who died were humans, and eventually they were out of the game. Or maybe it was someone who couldn't make good use of the power at all. Assuming Kanso-san was the spider, then I'd have 7 suspects for the crow. Yoshitsuku Orebe, Haru Makishima, Chiemi Serizawa, Rikaku Uematsu, Kiyonosuke Nosato, Kaori Orebe, and the old wolf guy. First, Yoshitsuku-kun. Honestly, I felt like he'd reveal himself as an owner of a guardian way before Takumi-san would. He was reckless and impulsive after all. Kiyonosuke's she seemed like the type to proudly reveal that he had the crow. It was his family guardian beast after all. Or maybe he was using it to gather information on his own, so he could pull out a bunch of his own deductions all at once. No, he wasn't that stupid, surely. Also, he was given free rein until the wolves got to him on the final day. He had ample time to do something. Then Haru Makishima. She'd betrayed the humans and sided with the wolves despite the fact that it wouldn't save her life. Needless to say, that seemed insane. The great Lord Shinai came to her in a dream and told her the truth? What the hell? Who'd die for that? Was there some other way to create such madness? A method to create a murderer? Was there anything besides what Yasunaka-kun mentioned? What was I right about, Rick? I had no idea. Oh, the snake thing. Yeah, well, maybe. So, that was what we were told. We were told that he was a snake. But, I mean, you can't really... The only one I think you could really trust is the monkeys. Well, because why wouldn't they lie? Right? Like another snake could, like, if they were, like, if I said I was a snake, then I could get, like, for example, okay, so there's a spider, right? The spider can protect someone, which means that the person who is protected can't die. If I revealed myself as a snake, and I would be like, oh, yeah, just I'm the snake, so the spider just has to protect me. That essentially means that now I'm safe, right? because the spider has to protect me, even though I might not be the snake. And then I can just be like, oh yeah, this guy, he's human. Yeah, that came to me under my bed. I wrote a name and then it said, yeah, he's human. And then I keep being protected by the spider. So essentially, I get to live longer. And I think that could be even worse if, for example, the it is wildly confusing. That's kind of what that's how these social deduction games work, right? Because it's essentially who can you trust and who can you not trust. Like that's kind of what it comes down to, and you have to figure that out. Like you have to find out who you can trust, and most of the time it's no one. Most of the time, even the ones you think you can trust, you can rarely trust. But yeah, let's continue. I had no idea, but if there was, I really didn't think anyone with a guardian would fall victim to it. If Chiemi was the crow, I would hope she'd have confided in me about it. Kaori Oribe, I had no idea. She'd be the only one killed the conventional way last time, but was never really given the chance to speak up. Even if she was, it's possible she'd chosen to keep silent and focus on killing everyone for her son, or she tried to become a shield for him. The old wolf guy made no sense at all. If he'd gotten a guardian, it likely would have just gone to waste. How rude. Finally, Rikako-san. I had no idea what to expect from her. She was the only descendant of the Omatsu family, and their current head, so perhaps she knew some secrets known only to the family heads. That's what the head families. However, from what I'd observed from her today, it really did seem like she'd just had a bad feeling and come to check. I didn't know how intelligent she was either. She did seem to have a good intuition, but she was also a bit of a klutz. Oh, there it is. The word used. There's also the fact that she'd been eliminated from the previous game due to some strange corruption. Maybe she didn't have a chance to reveal that she possessed a guardian. That meant that the most likely candidates for the crow were Rikako-san, Kaori-san, and the old wolf guy. What was most important here, though, was if those with guardians would be the exact same as last time. I highly doubt that. If they were, I'd have this feast in the bag. If to use an extreme example, I went and silently took out Yasunaka-kun and Tei-san, I'd probably fall victim to the corruption, but the human side would win. Of course, the participants were different this time, so it wasn't guaranteed that we'd get the same guardians. But if Great Lord Shinaya whatever picked them had some sort of qualifications for his chosen, the additions of outsiders would change nothing. On the other hand, if our participants could change the guardian assignments, was it random? Was there some kind of pattern? Whichever it was, it would mean that there was no higher will intent on giving guardians to specific people. Whatever the case, it would help getting closer to the truth behind the feast. If I found out the rules behind the guardian distribution, I could probably win without trying to read people's minds. The only problem was my whole looping thing. Nobody would believe me if I told them. I couldn't blame them. If I went and said, this is how it was last time, so you're the wolf this time, everyone would think I was nuts. I had to look at this as if nothing but a source of extra information to use as at my advantage. And of course, I couldn't sleep. What would happen to me if I spent the whole night awake? Was someone watching me? Did they know I wasn't sleeping? Would they come to kill me? That line of thinking made me feel like I was being watched. What about the locals? They already had the mist and the feast to fear. Could they sleep soundly? I knew the old stories said they should be able to, but...
兄ちゃん、春も幸せにして。
Nichan make me happy too. There's something wrong with the people of Yasumitsu. They were normal in regular circumstances, no total idiots anywhere, and not all of them seemed like the sort to lose themselves in superstitious ramblings. However, certain situations seemed to act as a trigger, turning them completely irrational. The absolute extreme fear of the mist. The complete submission to the real story. The lack of aversion towards hanging people. Was that all part of the feast? If so, what kind of psychological systems were at work here? I couldn't understand. Things I couldn't understand scared me. Was there a limit to the extent I couldn't comprehend? What if there was just a huge, never-ending downward spiral of irrationality? If that was the case, it'd be pretty damn scary. What? And so it begins. Autosave. My eyes were closed, but it was bright. That could only mean that the morning had come. No, well, yes, but there was something more important. I'd actually closed my eyes and fallen asleep. I got to my feet. Sure enough, it was morning. I'd actually ended up sleeping. Well, that meant that since I'd completed my preparations, I was actually invited to the feast. That was proof that as long as you had a place to stay, you could participate in the feast even if you'd only lived here for a day. It was 6 o'clock right now. I'd gone to bed way too early, but that provided me a good night's sleep. I couldn't sense any beasts outside. Without any hesitation, I opened the door. Sure enough, there was the mist. Last time, the first one who'd come to me was Chiemi, but that was later than it was now. Was I supposed to wait before making a move? No. This was a chance to learn something I hadn't last time. I couldn't let this opportunity slip me by. Yasumitsu was eerily silent. I couldn't see anything. My whole body was covered in cold mist, and I was all alone. It reminded me of my time wandering the endless riverbed before death. Crap. People despaired when they were cold, hungry, alone, and could barely see. This was unavoidable, and not something I could win against. I had to find someone right away. Who's there? Suddenly, I heard an angry shout from nearby. It made me turn rigid, and then... You? Early? Huh? Kanso Makishima, she came out of the mist, gun in hand. Good morning. Woke up just now? Yes, nothing special happened. Saw your stomach? Huh? The guardians show on the stomach. Oh yeah. Jimmy had told me that last time. Also mentioned something about Mako not being able to read it. Go and look. If you say so. Acting like I didn't know what he was talking about, I returned to the hut. Man, that was close. I hadn't even considered the possibility that I'd have a guardian. Well, it was unlikely, but I checked just to be sure. I lifted up my t-shirt and exposed my stomach. What I saw almost made me shriek. Is that the werewolf sign? Am I a werewolf now? Hadn't even noticed it. I didn't realize there was something like this on my body. It was drawn in red fluid, most likely blood. And it was nothing that I've ever seen before. Also, there was some eerie text there. I need a mirror. No, I'll take a photo. After a bit of trial and error, I finally read what it said. Ah, okay. Okay. The tower lookout, the snake, find the lurking Yomi. Cleanse and purify, or die. Or die. So this mark was the snake's. It clearly said the tower lookout. The description seemed faithful to the original source. It had a certain aura about it. I wonder if we were the snake in the first one as well, but... because we never checked our stomach, ever. Find the lurking Yomi. The snake's role was to search for the Yomi Bitu. Actually, no, we couldn't have been, because they'd only the people who were invited to the feast, right? Cleanse and purify or die. Man, not being round about it at all, are we? Anyway, that meant the corruption would take me if I didn't wash it off, huh? I quickly grabbed a wet towel and washed off the freaky warning. It even smelled like blood. I didn't know what it belonged to, though if it were animal blood, I might have been in danger of catching something. Man, what were they thinking? Anyway, this snake of all things? It belonged to Takumi-san last time. He quickly revealed it, and I assumed the wolves used it to their advantage. After all, the snake was the humans' only way of actively confirming who was a wolf or not. This made it even harder for me to die. And just like I'd thought yesterday, the rules had changed a lot. There was now no guarantee that Yasunaka-kun and Tei-san were wolves. They could easily be humans. The same went for everyone else. It was best to assume that I'd been sent back to square one on that front. Oops. Okay. Wait, how was I supposed to use the snake's power anyway? The blood letters only said that I was a snake, and had to wash it off right away. I mean, wasn't he told that he had to write a piece of paper? I'm pretty sure he was told this. That he had to write on a piece of paper and put it under his pillow, and then he'd find on top of the pillow, he'd find a new piece of paper which said whether they were human or wolf. Welcome, Wout. Did someone know? But if I went and asked, I'd basically be telling them I was the snake. Would there be an explanation during the first feast? I had no choice but to believe. For now, I would just return to the plaza.
Ohayou gozaimasu.
Good morning. I walked through the mist as I called out. Over here, boy. This time, I had no problems meeting up with Kanso-san. Did you check it?
Hi.
Yes. Well? My mind stopped for a second.
どうとは?
Well, what? Nothing, don't mind it. He looked away. Was that a leading question just now? If there was something on my stomach, it meant I had a guardian. I was meant to be a newcomer who didn't know anything. Wasn't it unfair to ask me that? If I'd actually said or even implied that there had been something on my stomach, that would mean that I had a guardian. If I said there was nothing, that could be used against me further down the line, putting me at a disadvantage. If he was a wolf who knew the implications of his questions, then again, I felt like he retracted his question because he knew it could lead to that kind of misunderstanding. Shit, I'd love to ask that, but I couldn't use the knowledge I wasn't supposed to have.
牧島さんでしたよね。もう一通り回られたんです。
Makijima-san, right. Have you looked around yet? That seemed like a yes to me.
みんな無事そうですか?
Is everyone alright? One's dead. Huh?
待ってください。一体何が起きてるのかさっぱり。
Wait, you completely lost me just now. What's going on? Stop making noises, I'll kill you. Kill? Did you really just use that word so casually? Stay where you are. I don't trust you. He brandished his rifle again.
僕は何も知らない。何もしてない。
I don't know anything. I didn't do anything.
それは宴で決める。
We'll decide that at the feast. He sure was assertive. Perhaps, maybe he didn't have a guardian this time. This made me realize I could tell friend from foe by searching for differences in their behavior from last time around. For now, though, I just had to make it through this awkward moment with Kanso-san. Soon enough, we were joined by the others. Tei-san, Takuma-san, Kaori-san, Yutsutsuka-kun, and the old wolf guy. Takumi-san and Kanso-san then went to Nosato Mansion in the dorm, leaving me with just a woman, a child, and 2 elders.
おい、おっさん。
Hey, old fart. I was in one of those old farts, damn it.
もしかして僕のことか？
You mean me?
他に誰がいいんだよ。
Who else?
心外な。それでどうしたの？
Now that's just uncalled for. What is it anyway?
てめえ、なんか知らねえの。
You know anything?
え、何かって？
Huh? Like what?
こんな時に休みぞ送りになったんだ。自分だっておかしいと思うだろ。
You got sent to Yasumitsu and this happened? It's fucking weird, ain't it?
樋口のクソは何か言ってなかったのかよ。
You talked to Higuchi, right? That asshole tell you anything?
いや、思いつかないね。
Nothing comes to mind. I played it off.
東京からの僕の糞は続いてるみたいだ。肌でわかるよ。尋常じゃない状況だって。まったく、イかれてるよ、この霧は。
Looks like the streak of bad luck I've had since Tokyo is still going on. I can sense this situation isn't normal. This mist is just
てめえ
crazy.
が言うな、イカレ野郎。
Like you're one to talk. You're batshit. He said that, but his tone wasn't as antagonistic as before. It actually felt somewhat friendly. I could only guess that my act from yesterday warmed him up to me a bit anyway.
義継あんたはまた。
Yoshitsuku, this again?
別に揉めてねえよ。つうか、無理すんな。顔真っ青じゃねえか。
I ain't picking a fight this time. Stop pushing yourself. You're all pale.
すみません、房石さん。とにかくおとなしくなさい。
I'm sorry about this, Fushaishi-san. And Yotsusuke-san. Yotsusuke, you behave.
構いませんよ。ところで、リカコさんとメイコちゃんはまだでしょうか？
I don't mind. By the way, Rikako-san and Meiko-chan still aren't here.
そうね。いつも朝はお早いけど。
It seems so. They usually wake up early.
長者のことなんざ知らねえ。
I don't give a shit about the village heads.
やめんかね。
Stop it,
ちょっ
Yoshi-kun.
とお呼びしてこよう。
Maybe we should just call him Yoshi. That's really easy, and that would simplify everything. But then I wouldn't be reading what it says actually. Stop it, Yoshi-kun. I'll go and call on them. The relationships here really were complicated. Soon enough, Tei-san brought Rikako-san and
お
Meiko.
はようございます。
Good morning. As she entered the plaza, she looked at our mist-covered faces. Upon seeing mine, she gasped, then gave me a very slight
お
bow.
姉ちゃん、お布団で転んだ。足ぶつけて痛い。
One-chan, I rolled in my futon and it hit my leg. It hurts. Meiko seemed in poor spirits.
後でおまじないをしてあげる。
A bit later, I will make it better with some magic words. Magic? I wouldn't have been surprised if she was actually capable of that.
しかしひどい霧ですね。実際に安水の霧に巻かれるのは初めてです。
This is my first time seeing Yasumitsu's mist. It's awfully thick.
はい。私もそうです。
It is my first time as well.
宴をせねばなりませんね。
I believe we will have to perform the feast.
そうですね。
True.
てめえこれ、どの面下げて宴がどうとか言ってんだよ。長者野郎がよ。
I don't want no fucking family head telling me to do the goddamn feast.
やめなさい、義継。
Yoshitsuku.
すみません。力不足で。本当に。
I'm sorry for being so powerless.
ねえ、お兄ちゃん、怖い。
Oni-chan, you're scary.
俺はてめえを認めてねえ。てめえだって長者の一人に違いねえし、腹の中で何考えてるかわかんねえんだ。
I ain't okay with you being here. You're still a village head and there's no way to tell what you're thinking.
なぜそんなに敵視するんだい？それほどまでに長者は憎い存在なの？
What's your beef with her? Do you hate the village heads that much?
当たり前だ。長者がいなきゃ、おふくろは。
Damn right I do. Without them, one would have...
絶対化けの皮剥いでやっから。
I'll expose you eventually. This is Yoshitsuku-kun sure was aggressive this time around. Did he have a guardian? This line of thinking felt dangerous, making too many assumptions seemed more risky than not knowing anything.
お姉ちゃん。
One-chan. Rikaku-san was as inexpressive as always, but I could tell she was feeling
なん
depressed.
というか大変ですね、ここは。
Man, things sure are difficult here, huh?
春明様。
Haraki-sama. She looked around in confusion before.
よくご無事でよかった。本当に。
I am relieved that you are well, truly. She then gave me a smile.
いや、さすがに霧程度でどうこうなんてならないですよ。
Hey, it's not like a mist could do much to me,
サ
right?
ラナがこの下を流れる川ですが、サラナガの霧は黄泉の容器と言われます。
Saranaka, that is the name of the river below. Its mist are said to be the breath of Yomi.
富士吉では昔から最大の凶兆と考えられたのです。
They're considered to be the worst of ill omens here in Fujiyoshi.
野里さんも霧が出ると必ず死人が出ると言っていましたね。
Nosato-san told me that people always die when there are mists. Oh, she looks angry. Oh my goodness. She made a stern face unlike any I'd seen on her.
野里様は来て間もない春明様になんてことをお伝えになるのでしょう。
What a horrible thing to say to a newcomer such as yourself.
ああ、いえ、こんな霧だから事故が必ず起きるのだと。
Oh, but he said it's only because the mist is so dense it causes many accidents.
それにしても不謹慎です。休みずには今も皆様が住んでおられる。必ず死ぬなどと縁起でもない。
Even so, it is imprudent. People still live here, saying that someone is certain to die is too ominous.
僕は来てまだ1日ですが、リカ子さんは長者の一員としては少し変わっておいでなのでしょうか。
I've only been here for a day, but from what I can tell, you're pretty different from the other family heads, aren't you?
なぜそのような。
Why would you think that?
いえ、野里さんにしろ、上富士吉の人にしろ、休みずに対する物言いが。
Well, the way you talk about Yasumitsu, for one, it's nothing like Nosato-san and Kamo Fujiyoshi's people.
私は叱るべき敬意を払うべきと思っているだけです。
I merely think that it should be shown the respect it deserves.
富士吉という村の存続は休みずによるところが大きいのですから。
Fujiyoshi as a whole depends heavily on Yasumitsu, so...
どういうことでしょう。詳しく聞きたいです。
What do you mean? Can you elaborate?
いずれお聞かせします。今はその
I shall tell you eventually. Now is not...
ええ、そんな場合じゃありませんね。
Yeah, I understand. It's a bad time for that.
私は
I
私は安水を守りたいのです。
want to protect Yasumitsu. Thus, Rikaku-san fell silent. Feeling a bit awkward, I resumed waiting. Soon enough, Takumi-san brought Kiyonosuke-shi to us. He immediately started worrying over Rikaku-san, as expected, but she seemed unreceptive to him. I might have gotten in the way of his love story. It made me feel kind of bad. Eventually, Kanso-san returned along with the students.
間宮さん、そこ足元気をつけて。
Mamiya-san, watch where you step.
危ない危ない。
Whoa. Seeing Hisako Mamiya-san with them filled me with relief. Thus, I finally understood what would happen now.
おはようございます。皆さん。
Good morning, everyone. Ignoring everyone's gloomy face, she forced a smile and greeted us like it was a normal morning. The inhabitants didn't respond. I also had a guess about what had happened, so I had trouble picking my words
ど
too.
うしちゃったんです？確かにすごい霧ですけど、それが一体？
What's wrong with you all? Sure, this is a dense mist, but what about it?
あれ？
Wait,
橋本さん、まだ寝てます？
is Hashimoto-san still asleep? Again, no one responded.
上の方にいるんでしたっけ？ちょっと見てきますね。
He's up the hill, right? I'll go check.
無駄よ。
No point. Kanto-shi opened his mouth, taking it upon himself to say it. I could already hear some stifled sobbing. It was Haru-chan. Not only was she afraid, she'd also realized that a tragedy had occurred. Mamiya-san realized that something was wrong and was about to ask about it when... Big guy's dead. The crude old man just told her what was up.
何を？
Dead? What are you...
上ん崩れとるところで死んどる。
He's lying dead near the landslide.
何を言ってるんですか？
What kind of nonsense is that? She instantly lost her composure. The unnatural aura around her was suddenly starting to get to her.
ふざけないでください。今朝一番で車を直してここから出ないといけないんです。私、起こしてきますから。
Don't mess with me like that. We must fix our van and leave as soon as possible. I'll go wake him up myself.
勝手に動くんじゃねえ。
Stay where you are.
何の権限が？
What right do you have to?
牧島さん。
Makishima-san. I raised my voice because Kanso-shi reached for his gun again.
冗談でしょ？何これ？ああ、ドッキリとかパンクしたとこから？それならわかる。
This has to be a joke. What is this? Am I being punked? Did you burst the tires for this? Oh, that makes sense.
僕らはあなたたちのルールをまだ知らないんだ。銃を向けてあなたの思うように動くとは限りませんよ。
We still don't know your rules. There's no guarantee that we'll do what you want just because you have a gun.
なんだてめえは。
What's your deal?
ああ、やめとけおやっさん。どうしちまったんだ。人には絶対銃を向けんなって普段やかましいあんたがよ。
Oh, you should stop that, old man. What's gotten into you? You always tell us never to point guns at people. Kanso-shi silently lowered the gun.
ドッキリじゃないなら犯罪だわ。やりすぎよ。今すぐやめて。ここから出ていくわ。
If it's not a joke, then it's a crime. You're going too far. Stop it right now. I'm leaving this instant.
間宮さんだっけか。悪いがそういうわけにはいかねえんだ。霧が晴れるまでは絶対に山に入っちゃダメだ。
Mamiya-san, was it? Sorry, but that won't fly. You can't leave until the mist clears.
それに言いにくいが、あんたの相棒はもういねえ。やられちまってる。
I'm sorry to say this, but your partner's gone. Someone killed him.
やられた？殺された？何を言ってるのよ。だから。
Killed? Killed? What are you saying? He...
匠、連れてけ。
Takumi, take her.
あんた、血を見ても平気か？
Can you handle blood?
冗談なのよね。
You're joking, right?
僕も行きます。
I'll go with you.
あの人にはお世話になったから。
I'll go with you. He helped me a lot.
あと悪いが手借りる。
Alright, you'll have to help me though. With the cleanup, I assumed.
わかりました。
Alright.
私も行きます。メイコはここにいなさいな。
I shall go as well. Meiko, you stay here.
私も行く。
I'll go too.
俺も行く。そんなもんでビビらね
Me too, that shit doesn't scare me.
くだらん。霧で迷って転びでもしたか。うちの辞書のことなら一応見に行かねばな。まったく面倒だ。
How absurd. He must have tripped on something because of the mist. The place happens to belong to me, so I guess I must see it too. How troublesome. We got so many volunteers that besides the old people and Meiko, the only people who ended up staying were Kaori-chan and Haru-chan, both of whom didn't look so good. Takumi-san led us uphill. Since we went through the fields, some of us fell or got stuck, so we took a whole 10 minutes. Still, we arrived at the scene of the crime. What I saw there was almost exactly as what I saw last time. There's a brutalized corpse. It's close to the prefab, next to a waist-tall boulder, which did little to hide the large body. It's thoroughly destroyed. The entire frame had been torn apart and bent as if to systematically detach his muscles, insides, and bones from his body. The only thing that hinted at who this one was were the scattered pieces of clothing and the impressive amount of flesh. Once again, Yudai Hashimoto-shi failed to survive the first night.
夜、外に出ちまったか。
So he went outside last night, as Takumi-san muttered to himself.
何よ、それは。
What is that? Mamiya-san finally broke her disbelieving silence with a hysterical scream.
何があったっていうの。橋本さんはどうなったの。何がどうしたらこんな。
What happened? What happened to Hashimoto-san? How did he end up like
間宮さん落ち着いて。
Mamiya-san, please calm down.
これがどうやって落ち着けっていうの。なんでこんなことになってるの。こんな。
How can I? Why? Why did this happen? This is just... Mamiya-san stopped mid-sentence and began puking. She'd either screamed herself into vomiting or caught a direct glimpse of the corpse.
わめきたいのはこっちも同じだ。冗談じゃねえ。昔話に殺されてたまるか。
You're not the only one who wants to scream. Crap, I don't want to die because of some old story.
知ってたんですか。
You knew about this? Huh?
こうなるってこと知ってたんですか。
You knew this would happen? I asked him that while feigning anger and despair.
知ってたわけじゃねえ。しかし、昔からそういう話はあった。霧が出ると人が死ぬってな。
I can't say I did, but we heard that this happens. Mists come, people die.
それは事故が原因のはずだ。
Those deaths were caused by accidents.
ああ、俺もそう思ってたよ。長者どもの説明を信じてな。やっぱ嘘だったってわけだな。
That's what I thought too. I believed what the village heads told us too. And look at that, they were lying.
嘘とはなんだ。今回だってなんだ。その狼が蘇ったなどというつもりか。
Who lied about what? What are you saying? That the so-called Ukami have come back from the dead?
とぼけんじゃねえ。化け物も神様もそう簡単に出てたまるか。どうせ長者が獣でもけしかけたんだろうが。
Don't act like you know shit. Or don't act like you don't know shit. Monsters and gods don't just pop out of nowhere. It's the village heads. They must have sent some beasts here.
おやめなさい。
Stop it, you
お
two.
二人とも。
Mikako-san's faint yet stern voice cuts their argument short. She then faced Hashimoto-san's body and lowered herself before it.
宴の支度をし損じられた。マロードをもてなすべき。私たちに帰する席です。
It is our duty to give proper treatment to the guest who failed to prepare for the feast.
せめて安らかに。夜道を歩まれますよ。
We should, at the very least, let him go to the Yomi in peace.
汚れは私が引き取る。
I shall take in his corruption. Rikako-san then... What are you doing? Rikako-san was inching her face close to the pile of flesh and bone when... Get away. Mamiya-san suddenly cut in, stopping her. Hey, what are you doing? Stop! Don't hold me back. Her voice and face were borderline demonic. None of us could bring ourselves to stop her. She leapt over to the corpse and, ignoring the blood, began sifting through the remains with her hands. It has to be here. I suddenly realized what she was doing. I'll help. She didn't respond nor stop me. She completely lost her cool, but that madness was under control. It was clear that this wasn't some unreasonable panic. After all, he must have had it. I began helping her, roughly, searching the body. Haraki-san, what are you doing? The camera. He might have taken some photos. Oh. This kill was the same as the last loop. The body was torn apart with no rhyme or reason. I felt something stiff in my hand. It was hair. I was close to the head. Don't overthink it. His camera must have been on his neck. I could follow the hint and... I felt a cord in my hand. Found it. Where? It was a thoroughly broken, expensive-looking digital camera. It must have cost a fortune, but Mamiya-san didn't care and just opened it. Monsters? No way, they don't exist. She muttered that in delirium, took out his memory card and threw the camera away, and ran off. Hey, where are you going? Takumi-ni-chan, take care of the rest. The two disappeared into the mist. You know anything, Yasun? Not much, but... Look, the prefab doesn't have a toilet. Oh, so he had to leave to take care of his business. He didn't know how important the preparations were, so this result was obvious. I should have been the one to stay in the prefab. He died because of me, but I couldn't let myself wallow in regret. Rikako-san approached the body again, but Takumi-san put his hand over her shoulder. You don't need to do that. But... I don't want to rely on some mysterious village head shit. Don't make me. Things will just get worse, and you, Uematsu, always get the short end of the stick, don't you? Just put your hands together or something. Takumi-san's tone was neither calm nor sympathetic. I had no idea what he'd meant by short end of the stick. But for some reason I felt like he was protecting her from something. Very well. Rikako-san did as she was told and put her hands together before chanting some sort of prayer. Ch. Utsutsuki-kun watched her with a scowl. Rikako-san. Kyonosuke Shi missed his chance to talk to her, so he was just frozen in place.
Yasu, Yoshi, Chikamochi. Minna tsurete modottero. Te aratte. Meshi no shitaku da.
Yasu, Yoshi, Chikamochi, take everyone and go back, then wash your hands and prepare to eat. Alright. Don't order me around. Let's go, Richan.
Nosato-san, ikimashou.
Sato-san, it's time to leave. I don't need you to lead me. Let's go, Rikako-san. Thus, they all left. Sorry about this, Fusashi. Well, you can count me for this much. Takumi-san and I began cleaning up Hashimoto-san's body. We couldn't remove the door, so we carried him on a board from the destroyed construction site. And so, we dropped him in Saranaka. I listened carefully and I thought I actually heard a splash this time. There was a bottom after all. Then why had we gotten lost on that one loop? Thinking on that possibility, I parted ways with Takumi-san, then returned to my hut and washed the blood off. I went to the plaza again. The people had gathered around the dining hall. They were handing out food apparently.
あんた、手は洗ったんかね。
You wash your hands?
はい。汚れも落としました。
Yes, and the rest of my body.
そうね。お疲れ様。
I see. Well done. Teisan seemed to be a bit softer on me than before.
若い人は食べといで。さもなきゃ、もたんからね。
You young ones need to eat. You won't last long if you don't.
そうしましょうか。山脇さんは
True, what about you?
あたしゃ胸がいっぱいでね。
I don't have an appetite right now.
食べられそうなら食べに来てください。
You should eat anyway if you can manage it.
うん。
Giving a vague response, Teisan looked up at the boulder next to us. I followed her gaze and...
これは
This is... Saw the blood sign from last time.
あれは黄泉から戻った狼様の印だから、あれが2つあるってことは2人だってことだと思う。
Wait, wasn't there 3? Yeah, each of them represents a wolf returning from Yomi, so since there's 2 marks, it stands to reason there's 2 wolves. I thought there's 3. Oh, okay, so that was a flashback. That was what Shiemi had told me last time. And now there are 3 wolves. Yeah, there were 3 of them. There were 3 of those weird diamond whorls.
どういうことです
What do you mean?
後で教えてあげるからね。
I'll tell you later.
わかりました。ではまた。
Very well, see you later then. A bit overwhelmed, I walked away. The number of people had increased. I was told there could be 3 wolves at most, and that was exactly what we got this time. Why? What caused this change? There were several differences from last time, but which one of them did it? Whatever it was, I could assume that knowing the roles from last time wasn't much of an advantage. Well, you never know. Outside the dining hall, Kanso-san was sitting on the ground and drinking something from a large bowl. He looked up at me and... Better eat up. Said those curt words before focusing on his bowl again. He didn't trust me, nor did he antagonize me. More than necessary. That was pretty reasonable, actually.
おかえりなさい、房石さん。
Welcome back, Fushai-san. Inside the building I found the students, Uematsu-san, Meigo, Kyonosuke-shi, and Kaori-san. Well, there was the old wolf guy too, but he was just staring at an empty bowl in the corner of the room.
すみません。手伝えなくて。
Sorry I couldn't help.
とんでもない。匠さんを手伝ってくれてありがとうね。
Oh, don't be. Thank you so much for helping Takumi-san.
大したことじゃないですよ。ちえみちゃんと間宮さんは
I didn't do much. Where's Chiemi-chan and Mamiya-san?
記者様がカメラの中を見るとかで部屋にこもっておいでです。芹沢様はその服を選択されるとかで。
The journalist said something about looking inside the camera and locked herself up in her room. Sarasawa-sama went to clean the journalist's clothes. Made sense. Mamiya-san was really bloody.
どうぞ。
Here you go. Kaori-san gave me a bowl and I took one of the empty
お
seats.
疲れ様です。房石さん。
Thank you for your work, Fushaishi-san.
君こそ安永くん。
No problem, Yasunaka-kun.
もう名前覚えてもらえたんだ。光栄です。
You already remembered my name. What an honor. That wasn't enough to hint I was looping, was it? I took a pair of chopsticks and ate up. It was a simple meal of some boiled vegetables and meat.
ごめんなさいね、こんなもので。昨日の仕込みの流用だけど、あんまり無駄にはできないでしょ。
I'm sorry, it's nothing impressive. These are leftovers from yesterday, but we can't waste anything. So as you might imagine.
食料どれくらいあります
How much food do we have?
冷蔵庫が止まっちゃったから牛乳やお肉はもうあまり持たないけど、お米と野菜は心配しないでいいわよ。
The fridge stopped working, so the milk and meat will go bad soon, but you don't have to worry about rice and vegetables. I didn't think about it last time, but at the very least this awful situation didn't come with a food shortage. Perhaps that was a silver lining.
電気がつかないことで他に問題は？
So you have no electricity. Any other problems?
どっちかっていうとガスの方が心配だわ。そろそろボンベ交換の時期だから切れたら焚き火かしら。
I'm worried about the gas. It was almost time to change the cylinder, so if it runs out, should we make bonfires?
山もぶっちぎれだね。
The mountains will go apeshit.
Chikamochi kun、汚い言葉は使わないの。
Chikamochi-kun, what's your language? Listening to that strangely mundane exchange, I resumed eating. It was actually good. It didn't look like it was, so I felt like I had to close my eyes. Unlike the soup I was given in Kamifuchioshi, it was well salted and had a rich taste. The meat had to be the game killed by Kansoshi and gutted by Chiemi. It didn't reek much and had a simple flavor. It was probably venison. I considered this revenge for the time they made a fool out of me in the mountains. In terms of the amount of meat and seasoning, the people here seem to be eating better than in Kamafuchiyoshi. Was it just my imagination? After emptying my bowl, I was offered some more and I gladly took it. It was best to eat whenever I had the chance. I'm impressed how quickly you got used to the local food. Kyonosukeshi suddenly commented. I thought he was being sarcastic, but his tone didn't seem antagonistic.
食べないんですか？
You're not eating?
家に食料があるのでね。正直、町暮らしが長いと、ここの食事はどうにも味気なく思えるものだよ。
I have food at home. Honestly, I've lived in the city for so long that the local food seems tasteless to me now. By local, he probably meant Fujiyoshi as a whole and not just Yasumitsu.
それに、今はあまり食べる気にならん。
I really don't feel like eating right now.
おっちゃん、食えば？最後になるかもしれないし。
You should dig in, Uncle. You might not get another chance.
おい、モッチ。
Mochi. Haru-chan had been completely pale since I'd arrived, but she suddenly covered her mouth and ran off to the bathroom. She'd forced herself to eat what she'd been given, but the stress had left her unable to keep it down.
しかもち、貴様は人の気持ちを介さぬと拝着されたことから何も学ばんのかね。
Jigamuchi, you were disinherited because you don't understand people's feelings. Have you learned nothing?
おっちゃんに言われたくない。謝ってくる。
I don't want to hear that from you. I'll go say sorry. He went to the bathroom too, leaving the rest of us feeling kind of awkward.
この後何があるんですかね？
What's gonna happen now?
古臭い、寄り合いを開くのだろう。あれをやったのが誰か、それを決めるために。
We will probably have a gathering like the old days and use it to decide who did it.
決めてどうするんです？
And what then?
大丈夫ですよ、房石さん。
Don't worry, Fushashi-san. Yasunaka-kun joined the conversation with an unnatural bright
理不
tone.
尽なことはきっと起きません。
I'm sure it won't be anything unreasonable.
なんか頼もしいな。
Oh, you sound confident. Makes you seem reliable.
大丈夫です。
Maybe. Anyway, don't worry. Was he a wolf this time too? As I frowned and thought to myself, Takumi-san joined us.
たくみさん。
Takumi-san.
香織さん、大盛りで頼むわ。キヨ、しっかりしてっか？
Koro-san, get me lots of whatever's up. You alright, Kyo?
気軽に呼ぶな。
Don't call me that.
お、房石はしっかり食ってんな。
Oh, precisely. You eating it
おか
too?
げさまでごちそうさまでした。
Yeah, thank you for the food, Koro-san.
たく、俺より先に香織さんの飯なんて贅沢なやつだぜ。うまかったろ。
Man, you got to eat her food before me. Lucky you. Good stuff, huh?
ええ。お嫁にもらうならこんな方がいいですね。
Oh, why did he say that? Why did he say that? You just couldn't have shut up, could you? You just couldn't have kept your mouth shut, could you? Yes, it makes me want someone like her as my wife. Cough.
あらあら、お世辞が過ぎるわ。
Oh my, you flatter me too much.
てめえ
Yeah.
まさか香織さんを
You don't tell me you're after.
なんだろうこの空気。
Oh, what's up with this atmosphere? After playing it off.
ところで匠さん、
By the way, Takumi-san, I called to Takumi-san in a low voice.
なんだ
What?
宴はいつからですか？
What's the feast?
9時がおやっさんの指定
At 9. Old man Kanso said it.
わかりました。
Alright. There wasn't even an hour before we could begin discussing who to kill. Takumi-san began eating and everyone fell silent, so I went and moved seats.
大丈夫ですか？おじいさん。
You okay, old man?
お
Oh? He was the same as always. Man, just what would we do if we had a guardian? If he had a guardian, rather.
困りましたね。来た次の日に霧に巻かれるなんて。
This sure is troublesome. I arrive and get caught in the mist the very next day.
おじいさんは安水のどの辺に住んでるんです？
Where in Yasumitsu do you live? Go? This wasn't even a conversation.
すみません。お邪魔だったみたいですね。
Sorry, looks like I got in the way of something.
ここは安全じゃ
It's safe here.
はい。
Excuse
こ
me?
こが一番安全じゃじゃから俺はここにおる
This is the most safe place, that's why I'm here. Safe?
ああ、この食堂がってことですか？
You mean the dining hall? No response. Were we having a dialogue or was he just muttering things that made no sense? Was he talking about Yasumitsu? That couldn't be it. After all, this was the least safe place in Fujiyoshi. I thought that he had a reason why he found it safe, but whatever it was, it couldn't save him from dying last time. In the end, it wasn't safe for him either. Something seemed off, but I couldn't put my finger on what. I somehow lost my right to sit next to him and began searching for a new seat as I waited. The clock seemed to move strangely slowly. A chair next to me was pulled a bit. Anyway, where could I sit? Our eyes met. Anyway, where could I sit?
春秋様と
She really wants to
お
talk to me.
話ししたい。
I wish to talk to you, Haruaki-sama. She expressed it with words. Anyway, where could I...
様リカコさんを放置するな
Don't ignore Rikaku-san.
まさかの方向からツッコミが。
Why are you the one saying
誰
it?
が突っ込みかね気が浅くて敬うべき相手がわからんとしても奥ゆかしい女性の気遣いは受けるのが礼儀だろう
What do you mean? I know you're new, and don't know who to respect, but it's common courtesy to respond to a woman's modest consideration.
さっきのが奥ゆかしかったかはともかく主張自体には反論できない。
Oh, I'm not sure if it was modest, but I can't really argue with the rest.
そうだろうふざけてるのかね
So you understand. What, are you just messing around?
リカコさん、今日もお綺麗ですね。
Rikaku-san, you look beautiful today. Ooh.
お話終了。それはともかく野里先輩、さっきのはもしやノリツッコミですか？
There, we're done talking. Anyway, Nosato-senpai, how do you manage to play the straight man so naturally? Oh.
長者を適当にいじるな
Don't mess around with the village heads.
お姉ちゃん、なんか変。
One-chan, you're being weird.
すごい。このメンツで漫才が成立してる。
Oh, he made a comedy routine out of these people.
変わった野郎だな
Strange guy.
久石さん、面白い方ね。
Seishi-san is quite funny.
香織様この顔を
look at this face.
面白いですよ。
It's funny,
匠さん。
Takumi-san. It's funny, Takumi-san. Kyonosuke Shi eventually shouted the standard, "I'm not staying with someone so ill-bred," and left. Well, Takumi-san went with him, so I doubted Kyonosuke Shi would end up unlucky. Victim number 2 as per horror cliches. I think all of the people are being. I mean, there's not a single person who isn't being weird in this. Also, welcome Pure Lizard Milk. I think the whole story of this game has just been people being weird. But I mean, I guess doesn't that kind of make sense? Being weird in like this situation, like you kind of want to be weird. Like if you're not weird, I feel like you're just dead, right? I feel like that's just like, yeah. It came back to me. During the previous feast of the Yomi-Per, Chikamochi Kamoshida and the old wolf guy had been killed, probably by something other than corruption. The suspects from back then who were now around the dining hall were... No. If it meant finding out the truth, I could just leave that. I had to switch gears. Anyway, I sat down next to Rikaku-san, who'd said her who was so many times that she'd actually gone limp. Fusayuki-san? So that was my name now, huh? Gave up on correcting her.
Yeah, Meiko-chan. ちょっとお姉ちゃん借りるね。
Hey, Meiko-chan, I'll borrow Oni-chan for a bit. Okay.
話されるんですか？それじゃあこっちで遊ぶ？メイコちゃん。
Are you going to talk, then wanna play with me, Meiko-chan? Yeah. Yasunaka-kun took Meiko with him, giving us a chance to talk.
ひどい人
You are awful.
美人に言われると嬉しい言葉ですね。
Hearing that from a beauty like you actually makes me happy. I was actually starting to find these reactions adorable. I could enjoy bullying a cute older woman. This was a rare opportunity and I appreciated it immensely.
というわけで、
Anyway, what is it?
私はとても申し訳なく思っております。
I feel quite guilty.
え、何にです？
Huh? Why?
最悪の時にあなた方を休みずに迎えてしまったことを。
Because I accepted you and the journalist at the worst possible time.
それは仕方ないじゃないですか。霧が出るなんて予想はできない。
Is that something to feel guilty about? No one can predict when a miss comes.
いいえ、すべては私たち藤吉のものの最初の在庫によるものです。
What year was this game? It's relatively recent, I imagine. It can't be that old. I don't know the exact year. Let's have a look. At least for the PlayStation 4. Okay, it was much older than I expected. 2015, apparently. I guess 2015 for iOS, apparently. So it started as a phone game. And then 2017 for the PC. That was older than I expected, to be honest. I thought it was going to be more like relatively recent, like the past like 3-4 years or something. But yeah, 2015 apparently. No, this is all happening because of our Fujiyoshi's original sin.
最初の在語。
Original sin?
はい。この村は神の眷属を殺めて栄えた村なのですから。
Yes, this village prospered by killing the servants of God after all. The ancient story of killing the wolves, huh?
詳しい話を聞きたいですね。
I'd like to hear more. And with that, I'm going to call it here. I'm going to put a stop to the game. I'm going to say save, override data. Oh my goodness, this already goes out to a new branch as well. Really? It strikes you as retro? I'm curious. What bits of it makes you think it's retro? I mean, I guess the like the surroundings of the game, but I mean, I guess anyone could make a game in like a state that makes it feel like it's retro, right? I'm curious what you think about it being retro. Let's change to this scene. The art style and the subdued UI. Yeah, I mean, I could see it. I could definitely see it. Makes sense. I mean, for some reason to me, I could see it. Something about like I don't know, something about it makes it feel like really modern, and I'm actually still very surprised that it's that old because it feels like a much newer game. Like I actually genuinely feel like it's from the past 3 or 4 years ago. Um, yeah, absolutely, Sabis. Well, I was just so some seeing it branch out is like I guess not. I wouldn't use surprising because it's not surprising. It is a very extensive game, but it's like it's interesting, like right? Because it's like oh, where does it branch out? What part of it branches out? But yeah, I'm actually slightly surprised that it's as old as it is. I'm actually very surprised about that. I actually expected it to be it's like much younger than that. I actually expected it to be like yeah, like 3 or 4 years old. But no, it's actually really good for its time. Then I guess came out around the same time as similar games, which is still very surprising. It came out as an iOS game originally, phone game, Rating Loop iOS. That's very strange. Very strange that it came out in the iOS first. Oh yeah, iOS 2015. The Vita. Yeah, I'm still very much enjoying it. I think I like Xanadu Next. I think it's a good game, but I think I'm probably gonna focus on this for a bit because I'm actually really enjoying this. So I might every stream I do, I might just play this. To be honest, that is just this game is just really fun. I'm really enjoying this. And you know, I actually started with Xanadu Next. We should probably have some music playing in the background, right? I actually started with Xanadu Next today. There you go. And it's ended up switching to this because I was just kind of feeling playing this game, to be honest. But yeah, it is fun. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of stuff going on. It's a very good story. Who are we rating? I kind of already have an idea of who I'm rating because Wolfis is ending soon. Yeah. How long ago? I feel like last time, yeah, I rated Chocojax literally 4 days ago. I'm gonna rate Chocojax again. She's a darling, so she deserves the raid. And I was gonna watch Chocojax before I left for the day anyway. So Chocojax it is. I'm throwing you all over to Chocojax. She's drawing, I think. Doing a bit of doing a bit of art today. Yeah, I don't know what the... Welcome back, a chicken. Thanks, Rick. Yeah, thanks for joining. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for watching me play more what do you call it? Rating Loop. That was good fun. What do we rate? Michael rate? Hurry Spin? Dog rate? Choco J dog rate? Choco J dog rate? Yeah, just write whatever, you know, Michael rate, whatever you write. Just say whatever you want. Michael rate, one word. No spaces, yeah, Michael rate. Sure, we can do that. That sounds fine. Just very simple and very good good raid message there. No emotes, no spaces, no capitals. Just Michael rate. Yep, that works with me. I'll accept that one. Let's go with that. And it's sending you off now. You got 5 seconds of me left. 4, 3, and I'll see you next time I stream. Bye bye.